I don't believe anybody should sell them. I would rather deal in genuine products and sell them at a fairly higher price than sell fake ones. I've also done some research that people who sell fake products don't want to buy them. So, as you think about doing business, continue to think about these things. I continue to welcome you. Izina lya Yesu, oye lya Ruhanga, depending on which version you follow. And definitely, we are going to have a lovely time. I see my friends here. Which TV is this? I think we should partner with it. I think we'll be starting in a very short time. But I'm sort of in a mood to sing. I think let me just sing a bit so that I feel happy. A bit, exactly. You run that soundtrack and we see how good your minds are. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them blue for me and you. Well, I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue, clouds of white, the bright. Well, a sacred night, when I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, also on the faces of birds going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They really say, I love you. Well, I hear babies crying, I watch them grow. Well, I'm much more than I ever know. Well, I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, said, how do you do? There Well, I hear babies crying. I watch them grow. They're not much more, but I never know. Well, I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Well, I think to myself, what a wonderful world. If you forget anything I said today, don't forget the statements I'm going to make now. Research has shown that if you don't enjoy life, you won't enjoy it. So it makes a lot of sense to enjoy life. When I made life, I made a massive resolution that from my age 45, which is about 4 years ago, until I am buried, I am going to enjoy life and won't apologize for it. So make it your responsibility to enjoy what? Life. The only life we have for now is this one. The other one, certainly I'm going to be part of, is a promise. So I am a man on a mission to enjoy life. And that is one of the reasons I come here a little often, because I have found out that it is very possible to enjoy life in Mbarara. And I am planning to look for land around here that is not cheap. I have a problem with cheap things. If you want to sell me anything, two things. Make it genuine and expensive. Because cheap things are very, very expensive. Mwami Sekito to action from now. So in a few, I'll ask the man in the controls to play you something good. In a few, we will get ourselves off and we'll get busy in the business. Now, good morning. And it is good manners when somebody says good morning to say good morning back. Unless you are saying you were not taught good manners. You just say good morning. Or if you can't say good morning, you just say ni. That will work. Good morning. And now the end is near, and so I face my final curtain. My friend, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. Well, I've traveled each and every highway. Well, much more than this, I did it my way.
I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do and saw it through. Without exemption, I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway. Well, much more than this, I did my way. Yes, there were times I'm sure you knew when I bit off more than I could chew. And through it all, when there were doubts, I had it all and spit it out. I faced it all when I stood tall and didn't know. I've loved, laughed and cried. I've had my fill, my share of losing. And now, as tears subside, I find it oh so amusing. Well, to think I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way. Well, no, not me. I did it my way. For what is man? What has he got? If not himself, then he has not to say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. The record shows I took the blows and didn't know. When I have pain, I sing. When I am broke, I sing. I don't get malaria. The only thing that gives temperature is what the Basoga call Ovoro. That's the only thing that gives me temperature, Ovoro. I fear poverty. I lived a bit in poverty. I fear it. And that is why I work day and night. Give a very big hand clap to women in business. How many women are here? If you are a woman and you are sure, put up your hand. You know some are not sure. Some didn't check this morning, so they are not sure. Women in business, a very, very big hand clap. Those are very tough women. There are a lot of stereotypes around women in business. When women make money and they succeed, men start saying all sorts of things. Or you tasovoka. Where are you to carry her on your head? So I salute women in business, and largely because I have no sons, and apologies. I have 3 girls. and it has been proven by Uganda National Bureau of Standards that they are very, very beautiful girls. And they even have the Q mark. So my children have the Q mark for standards. So they are very, very beautiful girls. This lady here, when I said my daughters are very beautiful, she looked at me. You know, you can come and I will show you. These women are incredibly beautiful. It is nothing to do with me, it is to do with their mother. Yes. When some of these things you have to be very strategic. If you realize there are things you don't have, you marry strategically. So I was very, very strategic when I was getting married. You can almost guess where I married. You have to be very, very strategic. So I have a lot of respect for women who do business and succeed. For those of you who are doing business and are women, let me tell you, close doors, do business and succeed. And succeed. There is no verse in the Bible that I know that suggests that if you are incredibly successful, you will go to heaven. I have heard people saying, it is difficult for those who have money to go to heaven. That verse does not say it is impossible. No. It's just difficult. And that is why, in interpretation of verses, God works very well with very rich people. God works very well with very rich people. Now I'm talking Bible. One of the closest people to God was Abraham. And if you read the book of Genesis very well, Abraham was a very, very, very rich man. Incredibly rich. Incredibly rich. Even the Apostle Paul was also not poor. Some people have said Jesus was poor. I disagree. Jesus was not poor. If on one day you can feed 5,000 people, you are not poor. There is no way you can be able to feed 5,000 people one day when you are what? Poor. If you want to believe that somebody who fed 5,000 is poor, that is you, but that's not the Bible. Or if you think you can feed 5,000 when you are poor, you try it. Try feeding 5,000 people. I'd like to recognize the contribution and presence of Uganda Human Rights Commission. Let me see the officials from Uganda Human Rights Commission. Are they here? They are here. Yeah. My rights were abused some time back, about 2 years ago. But now I have largely recovered. It's good to see you from the Uganda Human Rights Commission. Is this Kampala or Mbarara chapter? Or the entire Western region? Okay, the large West. Okay. Twawashimira mnonga mwebale emirimu yawo. Then I also understand there is a rumor going around people from Bank of Uganda. Is it Bank of Uganda or Bank of Uganda, the currency center? Where are those from Bank of Uganda? Anybody from Bank of Uganda? Okay, if you have relatives who work there, you can put up your hand. Nobody from Bank of Uganda? How about Stanbic Bank? Formerly UCB. Yes, you know that there was a bank called UCB. Stanbic Bank, where are you? Is that the new logo for Stanbic Bank? I don't have my glasses, but I see as if this is Star Times. Is that logo on the other side Star Times? I hadn't seen this one. Stanbic Bank, thank you very much. They are very, very good partners of NBS television, the biggest television in this country. If you are not watching NBS television, you are watching history, not current affairs, which is not a crime according to the penal code. I also know that we have representation from UCCFS circle. We are people from that circle. Okay, and they are seated on a circle table. So you also come from, you are from that circle. Oh, this one is not from the circle. I would have been very surprised if you come from that circle. That circle is for people who wear suits. You are not in anything. So where do you come from? You see, that's not what I was asking. I'll come and ask later. Then, there's another circle here. Is it? The person who wrote this, I think, studied in a school owned by the parents, so they were not beaten for handwriting. You know you cannot discipline the child of the principal for handwriting, but you can come and read this one. Okay, so where are those from? Bessania Circle. This must be associated with Jesus Christ. Bessania Circle, where are they? You are from Bessania. How are the people from Samaria and Nazareth? There is a part of this place called Bessania. Where is it? I need to go to Bessania. Okay. Can you stand up for recognition, Bessania Circle? Okay. Oh, so keep standing. So the two gentlemen this way are management and this one's employees, eh? Okay. And Bank of Africa, where are you? Bank of Africa. Okay. Mumpuvire cotton. That's the bank with color green, eh? Good. My wife banks with the Bank of Africa in Kampala. They have a very, very strategic position in Kampala. I used to bank with youth when I still believed in banking. Now I make money and eat it, and then make more. Then Pride Microfinance. Stand up for recognition. Very proud people. Okay. The lady is a well-wisher, eh? The one on this side. She's a well-wisher. Or a wife of one of you. Hey, you are just planning something, eh? Okay. You are planning to employ her. Okay, thank you. Then Uganda Fire Experts. Where is Uganda Fire Experts? The gentleman here standing? I know he's just picking a phone call. Okay. Numa Feeds Uganda. Where's Numa Feeds Uganda? Numa Feeds. You are the only one. You own the business, you are the employer, the employee, everything. Or you left the others working, then you came. You're the outside. Oh, no, okay, fantastic. Then Red Star Wines, we visited Red Star Wines yesterday. And I tasted some wine. I don't drink, but I tasted their wine and it's very good wine. I don't drink because I fear to start things I cannot stop. I have a very, very big tendency towards addictions. So I fear that I could start drinking, I enjoy it, and I become a mess. But I liked their wine. Then Uganda Revenue Authority, where are you? Our very good friends. Uganda Revenue Authority, where are you? Everybody likes you people. Yes, we like you very much. Why are people saying, no? Put up your hand if you don't like it. Madam Vanjirangu wakunda mnonga no wakundira umunda. She's smiling. So URA, Uganda Revenue Authority, talk to this madam here. She says she doesn't like you. Maybe she likes you and she's aware. Before you leave this place, have a very good conversation. Yeah, the gentleman, you see, you're from URA. Yes. Yourself, you're from URA. Yes. Yes. Stand up again, I need to be sure. The other one. This one, the other one will tax your beard. When a beard gets to that level, you must be able to pay tax for it. Especially when it is not gray. Mine doesn't pay because it has two colors. So, uzam katono. Day-to-day managing director. Who is the managing director of day-to-day? When you first came here, I thought you were Nigerian. You have cousins there. Then the shirt and so, but I like the name of your organization, Day-to-Day. In Kampala, those are the ones we call Kadei. Kadeire. Day-to-Day. Thank you so much. And then Smart 24 TV. Where's Smart 24 TV? Thank you very much. Our friends in the media. One of my relatives calls them Avorugambo. He's a relative of mine. Footsteps Furniture. Mrinkai. Hey, the madam there, I've been seeing you laughing like a coffee set. Very big smile. Thank you so much. And then, who is this? Is it Abba Betting? Is it Abba Betting? Abba Bet? Is it Abba Bet? Is it Abba Bet or Absa? But it can't be Absa. It must be Abba Bet. And Prudential, yes, Prudential Life Assurance Uganda. Where's Prudential? But you have to stand very quietly. You know, red guy. When you stand, you don't stand very, especially when you are here. When you want to stand Prudential and stand like this, you stand in Kampala. Here you stand quietly. Pun intended. If you are putting anything into the thing I am saying, if you never are, to be ange. Eat TV. Hey, you are Eat TV. Mrinkai. How far does it go? Yeah, I can pick it from camp. Hey, which number are you on DSTV? Teka hikirayo. Biri mwaka problem kache mnong. Kad mria social media. Yevare mnong. Yevare eat. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting in a bit. I'll be coming to walk you through the program. Hati, in Kampala, they call them senior consultant on public music. Here, what do they call them? DJ. Hey, call them. Because DJ, that sounds old. What can we call you? Music agenda. Musical engineer. You studied engineering. Bajakusiwa. Okay, musical engineer, play us something. Thank you. Good morning to all of you. Actually, good afternoon. Guantanamera, Guantanamera, Guajira Guantanamera, Guantanamera. Just hold on a second, just hold on a second. Just hold on a second. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please, looks like our chief guest has arrived at the entrance. Ladies and gentlemen, stand up and clap. The chief guest who has arrived. Give them a big hand clap. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we know the drill. We are going to stand up for the anthem. Of course, unless he has sung while you're sitting. But we will stand up for the anthems. Musical engineer, please play the anthems. Uganda, then East Africa. Dear God, you who made us, you who created us and decided that we will exist in the day at a time like this, we thank you for life in a world in which 19,000 innocent people have been killed by an earthquake. We thank you because it is a privilege to be alive. We thank you because you've given us brains to be creative, to find what to do. We thank you because we have a government that is here with us. We thank you for the leadership of Mbarara city traders, all through the various levels of leadership. Yes, we do have challenges to sort out, but more so we thank you because you've given us eyes to see opportunities that are available. Open our minds to ideas new and ideas different. Pray, chief guest. We also pray in a very special way for the presidential advisor and the leadership from Kampala that has made the distance. More so we pray for the traders that trade in this city and are growing this country by paying taxes. We pray for them, for their family, for their parents, for their children, and the blessing of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost be on their businesses so that they prosper, because when they do, we do. In a very special way, I pray for the women in business, because theirs is a completely different challenge. I pray and thank you. I also have faith that if there is a meal after this, that I will be remembered when chicken is served. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't understand the reason for the chuckling. I studied and taught Bible, and there is a verse in which Jesus says that whatever we pray in his name will be granted. So for me, I have given my prayer. The granting belongs to God. Madam Chief Guest, you're very welcome. There's a rumor that has been going around Uganda for the last 49 years. And that rumor suggests that I am Samson Kasumba Murunda. But because the rumor is very old, I have started to believe it. The reason why it's still a rumor is because there is a myth in Africa that before your mother dies, you. So my mother is still alive. I could end up Samson or Pio Cheng. But for now, I will remain Samson Kasumba Muru. And I'm a news anchor, Pirawan, Central Africa. Some even allude to the fact that I might be the very best in New Africa. There are two schools of thought. One is British and the other is American. The British believe that must never blow their own trumpet. The Americans believe that when you have a trumpet that is yours to blow it and blow it better than anyone can ever blow it. No wonder there is nobody who beats the Americans in advertising and marketing. So if you are serious about business, it is a school of thought. And give your name. and that can take you places. I'd like to invite the city mayor who will come and give welcoming remarks. Mr. City Mayor, I had not known you as the city mayor, but the moment I saw a man with a white shirt, a tie, and a dark suit, I concluded that you must have won a very competitive election. Mayor, as you distribute papers, for me, if you don't give me a paper, I'll cacao.
Thank you so much. Senior journalist, I'm a retired one. Media for 16 years. Our chief guest, our guests today, the members of parliament who may be on the way coming, district city commissioner, Bwana State Clerk, the business community, Mr. Speaker, Sir, division mayors, councillors at the city level and division level, protocol may be like that. The name of Kacheres Robert Mugabe, I'm the city of Mbarara City. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to welcome everyone here to this historic symposium here today for us to enjoy and welcome our city. Thank you much, our chief, for honoring our invitation by making efforts to attend and be here in time. I welcome even all of you who have managed to come and attend this symposium. In the same way, I wish also to thank and congratulate everyone for actively participating in the recent concluded Tile-Sita celebrations held at Stadium. Thank you for actively to become the president in this city. We cannot thank you enough for exhibiting the highest form of orderliness as we welcome Excellency the President. Thank you so much. Our chief guest, background to Mbarara City. Mbarara attended the township since 1957, which at that time was in command, serving the whole of Ankole Kingdom as it was then, and parts of Kigezi. It was later in 1974 declared a municipality until 2020. By the time it became a municipality, I was only 2 years old. So it has taken some time, and I'm an old man now. The city has an area coverage of 449 kilometers, and it is comprised of 2 divisions. Mbarara City North, where we are, our chief guest. And Mbarara City South. Can I have the leadership of Mbarara City standing up? Okay. These are the people who are hosting us. The leadership of Mbarara City South, can you stand up? Those one. Okay, you are also most welcome. The population of 2014 census was, we had 195,000 people. And it is projected to have now 30 at night, 30,000 at night. So the population is growing at a high speed. The city has a well-constituted political structure headed by the city mayor, myself. There is a vibrant council chaired by the speaker. Our chief guest, our speaker, is seated next to you, Mr. Bonnet Ashobya Karusia, and is the chairman of in Uganda. Each of the two divisions, we have the division mayor. I think I have seen the deputy division mayor here for North, and is also coming. And the council also headed by speaker. I have seen the speaker of Mbarara City North is here. South, I think they are coming also. The administration of the city is headed by the city town clerk, who is seated there, Mr. As. Stand up. Is our city town clerk and a number of technical staff that run the day-to-day activities of the city. Please, technical staff, can you stand up? Both at the city level and division level. Our chief guest, that is the team that is making all the efforts so that our city grows at this high speed. However, success administration of the city is constrained by the inadequate personnel caused by the delay to have approved staff establishment date from the municipality status to a city status. Mbarara City is the main one-stop center, not only for the Ankole region, but also southwestern Uganda. It's a major commercial and administrative destination for the region. We proudly host all the regional offices for central government administration. In the other aspect, we have got a potential service population of up to 7 million people with a unique advantage of being a connecting center of the areas of northern, northwestern Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, and Democratic Republic of Congo. As part of our efforts to actualize our dream of becoming a one-stop commercial destination, the City Festival shall be an annual event which will showcase the city. We are building this. Actually, our chief guest, from 1st July 2020, when we became a city, for us as Mbarara leadership sleep. Our dream and our aim is that we should always lead and others follow us. And then we are starting this, and it has not started anywhere. If you have had any city that has organized this, Kasumba tell me, apart from Kampala. And we be careful, Kampala, we are taking you on. The and shown to the world that Mbarara City is an investment destination. The investments shall create employment for our people, but shall create markets for the locally produced goods and services, bigger productivity. Actually, when we had the first Taresita recently, I was happy about the government's program of having even the service providers from our own people here. Those who cooked, the matoke they cooked, the meat we ate, everything came from here. And actually, business opportunity, you got a lot of money now. You have, you can even get some access. As you have seen, Mbarara, for us we do commercial in commercial agriculture, like cattle, grain, rams, matoke, and EC. We are determined to development, excellent service delivery, and systematic infrastructure development that meets the test of time. We appeal for the support of all stakeholders and upon people of good will to actively participate in the festival activities lined up. Please give hand in the development effort of this community, and we are open to your contributions at any time. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, there is no way I can say thank you to you for coming here and making our first step so much careful. You are wonderful. You know, when you are organizing, you can't know how something can come up. Don't you think we deserve to be like Serena now? I'm telling you. You mentioned it. You came, you found a city well organized, out of garbage. Out of garbage, he mentioned it. And he didn't know that the mayor was listening to him. We no longer have garbage. So let us work together to make sure that we create a city which will be admired by all people that will come to pass. With all that I have said, I wish to end and say you are most welcome, feel free, feel at home, also here and learn for God and my country. Thank you so much.
Your Worship the Mayor, please don't say feel at home. Us come from a city that has some disorganization, so we don't. Mayor Mtero Mungare zamani. Bamwe. If you want to capture Kampala, you can go on and capture Kampala, but I can assure you will not capture Nakasero. So be very careful trying to capture Kampala because it includes Nakasero. Thank you so much. We'd like to continue by hearing an overview of Mbarara City Development Plan, and this one will be laid out by the accounting officer, the town clerk. Town clerk are in Kai? Usually they have suits, even this one.
Honorable Minister and our chief guest today, the resident city commissioner, Honorable Amelia Chambade, and senior advisor, Haji Issa. We have already heard about you.
Welcome to Mbarara on issues of Kasita. His worship, the city. Honorable Speaker and the chairman of the speakers of all the urban councils of Uganda, Honorable Bonnet Ashona, members of
Executive Co, His worships, the city mayors, the city speakers, division councillors, chairperson of Mbasita, Mbarara City Traders Association, the place where I think Mr. Kasumba, members, I believe we are excited to see Kasumba live. Mr. Kasumba, you have a very big fan base in Mbarara, and these people are excited that they have been able to see you live. Although you look older than when you are seen on the TV, I don't know what happens there. But we warmly welcome you to Mbarara City. Ladies and gentlemen,
participants, you are welcome to this
forum.
We thank you.
I also join His Worship, the City Mayor, to welcome you and to thank you for honoring our invitation. Thank you so much. I've learned one thing now already from Mr. Samson Kasumba. He said that until my mother tells me that perhaps I have names, but for now names I know what they call me, or even as and I don't want to be that tell me another name. I think those are the ones I should remain. I have a moral clip because I just want to give an overview of my city, and I just want you to look at a small clip presentation. Summarize everything. So are we ready? Okay. Yeah. Now, this Mbarara city, ladies and gentlemen, we have a vision. And this vision is to become an inclusive and sustainable city. I will go into the details of what that vision is, but basically that's what we want to be. We also have a mission, and this mission is to provide quality services through inclusive engagement for sustainable development. And this is one of the inclusive engagements we are talking about. We have objectives as a city. The first one is to contribute that one is increasing household incomes, improving the quality of life through sustainable industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and sustainable wealth creation. The other objective for which as Mbarara City we exist is to position Mbarara City as an industrial, tourism, transport, connectivity, investment destination, and a business hub. So for southwestern Uganda region and the neighboring countries of DRC, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Congo. So for us, we want to be real implementers of the East African protocol. And the other one is to improve service delivery in education, health, sanitation, and water provision. The other one is to increase the quality and the quantity of Mbarara city economic infrastructure. Then also to develop Mbarara as a well-planned, green, socially inclusive, and resilient city. Now, what are our functions? Our functions, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, this is where you should hold us accountable as the leaders of Mbarara city. Of course, our functions are enshrined in the law, and in particular, the Local Government Act, CAP 243, and basically it is about the provision of social services in the form of education, health services, provision of infrastructure in the form of roads, production and marketing, community-based services, protection of the natural resources, trade and industry and local economic development, and general administration over the area. And when I talk about the general administration over the area, it also includes the security of the lives and your property. That's also part of our functions. Is the clip ready? Okay. Let's have the clip, then we shall proceed.
Mbarara city is believed to have picked its name from the local tall green appearance of the Asian traders, and by 1950 there were about 15 commercial premises. More commercial enterprises were set up between 1950 and 1960. In 1957, it was declared a township authority under the British administration at Kamukuzi and elevated to a municipal status on Kampala-Kabale Road and is in the southwestern region of Uganda. Its exact location can be geographically determined as longitude 30 degrees 37 east and latitude 0 degrees 36 south. It generally lies at an average altitude of 1,432 meters above the sea level. One of the factors responsible for Mbarara's steady growth has no doubt been the fact that it is situated at the Kampala-Kabale-Fort Portal crossroads, good governance, and its nerve center of the numerous feeder roads linking up all parts of Ankole's huge territory. Being a conurbation of other towns in the western region and a gateway to the Great Lakes region, it has continued to grow from strength to strength because of its favorable location. The opening up of Rwanda and Congo has tripled Mbarara's logistical importance, for now the town is the facet to Kigali, Bujumbura, Tanzania, and several towns in the eastern Congo. The provisional population of Mbarara is around 195,013 people on an area of about 449 square kilometers. It is made up of different groups of people, and these include children, men, youth, women, the elderly, and people with disabilities. The ethnicity of Mbarara consists of Baganda, Bachiga, Batoro, Banyarwanda, Nubians, and other tribes, but it is mostly predominated by Wanyankole. There are several sectors in Mbarara city, and these include the service sector, industry sector, education sector, business sector, construction sector, agriculture sector, tourism, among others. All kinds of initiatives have been put in place to enhance the better performance of different sectors which are operating within the city. Government through grants has made it possible for Mbarara municipality to grow into a city, which was achieved on 1st July 2020. City now is made up of two divisions, that is Mbarara City North and Mbarara City South, which are subdivided into 23 wards, which are also made up of 187 zones. Mbarara City is aiming at being an inclusive and self-sustainable city as its vision and through different sectors and departments, and working towards realization of its mission as manifested in the quality of services that it renders in infrastructure development like roads, health, education, street lighting, and so many others. Mbarara is majorly a commercial city whose economy is largely dependent on the private sector. It, however, possesses a huge industrial potential, being the gateway for East and Central African countries like Rwanda, Burundi, and DRC, and owing to the availability of land. Its construction sector is growing at a high rate, and the city administration has focused on fiscal planning alignment at an early stage. To facilitate commerce and trade, Mbarara City has created several markets for traders transacting businesses on particular days. For example, Mbarara Central Market under the Markets and Agricultural Trade Improvement Project MATIP was successfully completed and officially opened on 19th March 2022, and it's one of the biggest markets in Mbarara City. Commerce is carried out in form of wholesale and retail trade and is mainly by private practitioners. It's fairly densely built with low and medium income houses, followed by commercial premises, especially in the central business district. And then high-income housing and a series of industries have sprung up, thereby contributing to the settlement. Industrial development has played a high role in the development of Mbarara City through the creation of employment opportunities for the people, increase in both income and revenue for the government and the people at large, transforming the city's economy by making use of the agricultural raw materials and thus creating markets for the agricultural products and other benefits to the people of Mbarara. The achievements under the health sector are divided into infrastructure-related developments, curative services, prevention, and awareness. Under the preventive health services, awareness towards Keep Mbarara City Clean was muted, and this resulted in a mass acceptance of the privatization of garbage collection policy, which has greatly enhanced the cleanness of the city. The city education sector, whose enrollment stands at 30,000 pupils, distributed in 48.52 ratio of males to females, is manned by 768 teachers. Apart from intensified inspection of schools to achieve value for money on all projects, inspection geared towards improvement of academic standards in public schools has been a focus. And because of this, so many universities have come up, both government and private universities. Construction is another key activity going on in Mbarara City, and a high percentage of 98% is done by people for their own facilities, mainly commercial, residential, and industrial premises. The few construction activities of Mbarara City authorities are being carried out on contract or tender basis. Agriculture is practiced on a very small scale where development has not started and on land in the open space such as compounds and road reserves. This agriculture is in form of crop production and livestock, zero and free range grazing, poultry, rabbits, and so many others. It is for both commercial income generation and subsistence purposes. This is privately carried.
That summarizes actually what Mbarara City is. And I want to believe that even Mr. Samson Kasumba, who said that we are about to reach Kampala, you can also see that indeed we are about to be there. Therefore, I have a presentation, but now I will go to what we are looking at being in the next 10 years, because the rest have been summarized in this video. The lady, the nice voice you were hearing is the voice of our senior communications officer, who is right away there. I think you should give her some, because I believe she's doing quite some good job. I hope Ms. Kasumba, you are not going to steal her away. Ladies and gentlemen, as Mbarara City, we feel that if we get an airport in Mbarara, given that we have this, we enjoy the proximity connecting between Rwanda, Burundi, northern Tanzania, DRC, Congo. We believe that Mbarara City, if it gets here, and of course, given that the facilities are already in place, having a hotel like this one, and there are quite a number of them around here, we hope we shall have boosted this area. The other one is that the standard gauge railway is planned to pass via Mbarara City. And we hope that if that dream is realized, certainly it will have a greater impact. It will have a greater impact on Mbarara City. Then the other one is tourism. Tourism, as you know, Mbarara, we have a national park in our midst, which is the Kimboro National Park. We also gateway to Queen Elizabeth National Park. And of course, we also gateway to Gahinga Gorilla National Park in Chisoro. So our aspiration is to become a tourism destination. The other one is the beautification of a city. You could have seen that we have started from the town center and we are expanding backwards. Of course, when you start in the morning, when you start washing, and our ladies know much better, you put a lot of attention on the face. So we have started with the face, but of course we have also not forgotten the other parts. Mbarara City has around the area of 440, as they indicated, 449. But out of those, the ones which are fully built is about 100 square kilometers. That means we still have a lot of space to expand, and therefore we need to take advantage of this to ensure that we don't get another Kampala in Mbarara, that we have a well-planned city. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, government has extended a lot of support to us. And in one of the projects that have made a great impact in Mbarara City is Uganda Support to Municipal Infrastructure Development Program. We have so far had over 12 kilometers tarmacked in this city, and it has greatly changed. All these street lights you have seen, we have over 1,200 street lights, solar street lights in this city. If it is at the night, if you have been here at night, the whole town is lit. And actually our mayor is called Etara. Etara means light. That's why he came with that slogan and he has lived it to make sure that Mbarara is fully lit. So all of that is courtesy of UCMID program. So we intend to do a lot of things in terms of beautification and environment. We have a great river in the midst of our city. That is the River Wiz.
And actually that's where we are going getting now all the water we are using. Of course, as you are aware, it is under threat due to environmental degradation here and there. But as a city, we are determined to ensure that this river is protected. And of course, protection of an environment. As you have seen, our vision, we want to be a green city. Mbarara as a region has very green soils, and we believe that if so fast. So we are seriously planting trees to ensure that we achieve the idea of being a green city. Lastly, dear participants and guests, is the issue of city housing and settlements, where we still have a challenge. The center of the city is characterized by the commercial structures, and of course we still have also the old ones, which were built by the Indians, but also many of them have been replaced by the new flats, as you have seen, like almost all our the town center. There are very few buildings which are remaining. We are, however, mindful of the fact that we should also not completely erase the history of this area, because it would also be dangerous if our grandchildren
come and cannot find what Mbarara was, and they are only able to see it on video like you've seen. So we are looking at ensuring that some of these buildings are maintained in some areas, so that whoever is to live in the next 30 years is able to see that yes, at some point in the 1950s, in the 1960s, this was the plan and this is how people were building. The new areas, Honorable Minister, this city annexed 3 sub-counties in 2013 from Mbarara district local government. Now, majority of these areas are still available. As I had indicated, they are not developed, and we need a lot of resources to ensure that these areas are developed in a planned manner. We need industrial parks, because we believe that if this city is to grow faster, we need industries in Mbarara. First of all, these industries will help us to create employment for our people, but they will also provide the market for the goods and the services we are able to provide in Mbarara. So we need a lot of land for the industrial parks. Of course, there are areas which are gazetted for that purpose, but unfortunately, the land is still in the hands of individuals. So we are negotiating and working with the government to ensure that we get the necessary resources to secure that land. There is also a plan by the city council, and actually which started a long time ago, but the city council has 165 hectares of land in the Kachera. And there is also a forest reserve here at, is it Chera? Not Kachera, this one here. Yes, Chera Forest Reserve. And also there is another one here towards Ruti. We are also engaging the government to ensure that we exchange the other land, which is in Nyawushozi district, rather Chiruhura district, with this land which is in the city, so that we have a land for industrial parks. Local economic development, ladies and gentlemen, the people from Mbarara are hard-working people. And generally, the people of Ankole, and I think we are #1 in Uganda, if not in East Africa. These people are hard-working. So in terms of local economic development, we are not doing badly. If you in this town, I want to believe that the banks are not complaining. At least there are people who are able to deposit money. There are even people who are able to fix money. But also the financial sector is doing well. And actually even the business in the city here is doing well. Mr. Secretary, actually here, we no longer need a lot from Kampala. If you want to buy a new car, you buy it from here. There are car bonds here. If you want a good hotel where to rest and relax, this is one of them. And we have many others. And many other places. If you want nightlife, these people who are still young know that in Mbarara people don't sleep. Yeah, it is only the old ones who sleep, but the young ones who still have blood don't sleep. And of course the people for Ankole are receptive, and they actually good people. And when you are there, you're okay. Lastly, what I'm saying is in the presentation, but I'm trying to summarize. Lastly, a city cannot stand without revenue. We want to thank the business community for paying your taxes. We want to thank you so much. You have supported us greatly, and actually in Mbarara city, we don't really struggle with the people. When we put announcements, you people pay, they pay willingly, and we want to thank them. Really, they are very cooperative. And we want to thank you, Mbasita, for really leading a very cooperative group. We have not had any demonstration, we have not had any issues. And of course, as Mbarara city now, and as the accounting officer now, is about if these resources are collected, how best are they going to be used? Our assurance to you, business community, is that when you give us your taxes, we shall put them to good use. And one of them, like last year, the mayor didn't say it, Honorable Minister, this city was able to buy a motor grader on its own, using these people's money. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm mindful of the time. Thank you for giving me the attention.
The town clerk is very clear. If you want anything, it is in Mbarara. There is nothing else to pick from Kampala. If you want the presidential advice on trade, she is here. If you want NBS Live at 9, I am also here. So what is remaining in Kampala? I think the only thing remaining in Kampala is the president, isn't it? But sometimes he also passes here, who is represented here. We now want to hear from the Mbarara City Traders Association, Mbasita. We want to know what they are saying, what they've been doing. And as they do come to speak, I don't know if you know, but it is common knowledge that God made a few heads, a few good heads. Then on the rest, he added hair. Now you imagine your head without hair, what it would look like. It is never possible for somebody with a bad head to be bald-headed. God is very organized. You look at all bald-headed people. God knows that the head will be bald, so he shapes it properly. Now those that he knows will not look good without hair, he covers. That's why unless somebody just looks at some of us and cuts his hair, you can tell that that one was not by God. This one is a very good one.
Thank you so much, Samson. our chief guests, the minister, the presidential advisor, the RCC, and all your security team, our city mayor, Itara, the city speaker, councillors present, our counterparts from Kasita, Haji Issa Sechito, banks present, authorities, URA and other agencies present, religious leaders present, invited guests, the business community, ladies and gentlemen. I'm by names of Mwizuka Simon says, and I'm the chairman, Mbasita. If anybody has just heard Mbasita, it is Mbarara City Traders Association. I would like to take this opportunity to first of all thank everybody for hearing this call and responding positively. When I'm always giving a speech, I usually mix the languages to reflect where I came from and where I am so far. This means that I cannot forget the Runyankore version and concentrate in the English, which makes me trying to pull off from where I came from, and it is actually bringing me closer to what I don't really understand very well, because at least I don't know why was it English chosen to be a national or an international official language. Konka nyenda kutwara mu kishogo okubakira mwe n'abashitamira aha nyenda ngona n'abatakura Runyankore bahurire ngo turi abanyankore bishita abwenshi tutakwenda kushanana no witu. Now, I'm the chairman of the concerned people, the business community. Those are the very concerned people. To me, it's what I think. And I would like to thank the previous speakers for putting in some juice for today. And today is the first activity marking the celebration of Mbarara city status. And we called it a business symposium. That is an English word, but in Runyankore, we call it ekiganiro ky'ebyobushubuzi hamwe n'abashubuzi. Nuko tukyesere. And we actually had a theme for today. I'm not very good at writing and presenting. That's why I didn't write anything for the PowerPoint. But at least I can say something from my head. The theme for today was expanding business opportunities, business and investment opportunities in the new city. Business and investment opportunities in the new city. My next words may not be brief, may not be good, but they are going to be true. In December, I happened to go for a retreat to meet the President of the Republic of Uganda. I went together with the University Secretary of Bishop Stewart, I met there my counterpart from Kasita. But when we reached there at night, all the way from Kampala to Chobe, like a 9-hour drive, we sat in a room and we are talking about what we are going to present to the president tomorrow. We talked about very many issues. But those who were the leaders rather, were saying, if you to know, go and solve some of those issues locally. And I was asking, we have now met the bishop. Why are you taking us back to the Muburzi? Let's tell the president what is happening. Why are you pushing us to see these things locally? Omunene asigara munene ne batugana ne tubikoma ibumenga tetubyogedde. But we wanted him to know the truth. Naye batulemesa. Bajangu akusinga kusinza ki? So now I'm given an opportunity to talk about the overview of the business community. But the truth is this, the business community has got a lot of challenges, a lot of ups and downs, and as long as we have congregated here, we want us to know and share and see how best can we work on some of these issues. This congregation is seated here. We are celebrating Mbarara City, but the whole turning point is on business. If the business is not performing, we don't also have gotten money to stage something beautiful like this. If the business is not performing, Etahara would not have a good platform to lighten this city. And the performance of the business is hindered by a lot. One, the government. Two, agencies that are also attached to the government. Three, the banks. Four, and the traders themselves. We, the concerned people. For the securities, at least I am putting a credit. I don't have a lot of complaints with the securities. I actually want to thank so much the DPC who sits at the main branch. Why is here? Mr. Mbarara. It's a very good, I don't know how you are, the RCC is modeling that gentleman. At least I have been in town since 2007. To all the DPCs I have ever met, he has a difference. That is a very good credit. When you look at the side of government, minister, the presidential advisor, and all those who can reach in the upper hand, I think I'm thinking that some of the policies need to change. Today we are celebrating Mbarara City. When I was in a TV station last week, we just termed the celebration of Mbarara City as a family celebration. Now says has a family, my wife, my children, my grandchildren, my bakamana, and all those. And I'm celebrating 50 years. Who is not supposed to be present? When I'm celebrating myaka janga atano, ani ataino kubaho mu bana bange, bakamwana, abazukuru, abakuru bange, oya abeerani. Ngazimwe mbaye na polisi yange waka, buli muntu yenna ayina okubaho. Tatazara kana anjira timu mwana wanje yagure mbuzi nagireta tinga mugambaho kunga koko banagitwara natiho girata kungambira. If you buy a goat, you can bring it freely at home, but when you want to take it or sell it, you have to inform me. So that's why I'm saying some of the policies with the government must change. Why do we have people that are saying they are not participating in an event like this one? I was the chief mobilizer of this event, but during the process of mobilization, I learned a lot. And I'm going to mention but I'm going to mention from our side so that everybody should understand. One, we are seated here. Is this town the business people comprised of all black Ugandans? Why don't we see Indians getting engaged in this thing? It means that the policy is not clear. And we gave them all invitation cards. So why? We are within the city. We are celebrating city status. They are doing business in the city. Why don't we have just a single Indian? Do we have any? Why? We have very many banks in town here. Why are they all not here? Yet they are using our very people to make money, to do business. And at least I mobilized all the banks. I want to take this opportunity to thank Bank of Africa. Bank of Africa, I was not given duty to make you stand, but you can stand up for recognition. Now, Bank of Africa, they were the very people who came closer to us and said, we are going to work with you. They supported us with no positive results. They are giving their own monies to Mbasita. The results are not yet clear, but they are showing the Tuja Ochigiri, Tuja Kuba Namwe. And that is very impressive. Understand Big Bank. They're also doing the same. Where are they? You can stand up and innovate the public. I mobilized all the banks. You see, Mayor, I want to inform you this. I mobilized all the banks. There's another bank that came up. I've not come to Circles. Pride Microfinance, are they here? Oh, thank you so much for coming. At least, Nakachena Kahango, they can do what? They can participate. But some of them, I was calling them the twinner budget. Yeah, I'm tano. Sponsoring abantu we're participating and celebrating Mbarara city. We are putting this city at an international platform to attract investors, to expand business. But some people are saying we are not participating because we don't have a budget. It is very unfortunate. Mr. RCC and other government officials seated here, there must be a change of policy in these things. And I was very annoyed and I was saying, I am going to work with the chairman LC1s. Participating in festival. Did you participate in the festival? If you didn't participate, then that means you're not part of us. And I'm going to do it as the chairman of Mbasita. I have that capacity. For the Asians, our wife Furamubachi, they don't want to participate. Not even anything. It's very unfortunate. The town clerk was talking about revenues. Revenues are very okay. They are very good. And when we started this association, some of the people thought we are going to oppose revenues, licensing. But it's not like that. That is not my approach. Where it is applicable, my thinking is that we should always sit on a dialogue. And the town clerk knows we have been doing that. In the case of anything, we sit and talk about an issue. If it fails, then maybe we write to another office. So the revenues are okay, and they are good. And I actually advise all other business entities to look at that as a very important issue, much as we want the government also to look at how at least the revenue should not eat up our businesses. Let us work hand in hand. The revenue should stay because they are the ones that facilitate development. a few months ago have been receiving people from the central market. But sorry, renti, mitwari satu nyingi nyo, and I was seeing you people. We are attracting business and development in the city. When we start cutting those small costs, we're gonna call them town, you don't want to pay 30,000. Really? Just a very business entity. And I calculated over it was something like 480 million. What is this? City Council. That is not how they do. The City Council has been here for how many years? Since 1974. You can't do without it. But this is our very own concern. If the business community, if the city is on a brighter space, investments come and we benefit. It is of our own benefit. It starts from the very people who are doing business before it goes to the what? To the City Council. So, abasubuzi banange. Next year, we are having a symposium like this. This thing is going to be annual. To FMU. Abagenzeke Dubai, these things are always there annually. And they put these things in the budget. Oh, the festival is reaching. Let me bank the money for the festival. They do it earlier. Some traders were complaining of school fees. School fees is a long-term loan. My mother started paying school fees when I was like 1.5 or 2 years. Later, my guardian paid school fees to her, he picked me, and like other 20 years. So it's a long-term thing. We can't keep on complaining that school fees, katutadayo, tutadaba na kusomero, bonadayo, ngawadeko emyezi 2 agamba twasasula ekitundu, katugenda kwongera y'abaana tebabagoba. Bonadayo ngawadeko emyezi 3 emirala, bagamba abaana bagenda kumulanga tebalina report. Katogo tetulina kye tugenda okukola. Because school fees is always there. Ibyo nabyo tukore ki? Tubirabemu, tubikendeze. Bigambo byange rero si birungi. I'm coming to revenues with you RA people and the what? Now it is in Uganda where you start doing business. You concentrate and you make money and you struggle. When you become rich, they say you person. You guy, you have not been giving revenues very well. Let's back check you. You see the manager of URA is looking at me with a very big eye. Huh? They say, twagala kunonyereza myaka 5 egiweddewo obadde oteeka yo temisolo gyo. What are you talking about? I have been concentrating. I have not been sleeping. I have made money. I have accumulated riches. Kakati mumagala nkole ki tukole tufuuke abaavu oba tugagawale. So the back checking, they say myaka 5. Tukubare bwe tunasangamu akantu. Nze mbuuza myaka 5 gye mbadde mpeerezayo lwaki temumpa ekirabo ne mugamba kati tukodde myaka 2 nga tosasula. It's not possible. That's why we are saying that we are requesting for change in policies. And why we are saying this, it's also the Indians and some other investors are also coming in, but they are receiving tax holidays. Why not free? Wanaya bantu ba bulijjo. Nanzi bamantandisika business kange. Pampeyo ka tax holiday ka mwaka gumu. So kinitirize. Ekyo nkirabe. Minister, we have a problem in business with the so-called investors. They come pretending that investors never fuka batembeyi. They buy stock, they put it at home, they put it in the box bodies. Door to door, door to door, door to door, door to door. Katamaduka are getting stationed. They are not selling anything. Because the other people who are supposed to come from Isinjiro come and buy from me, who has a wholesale shop, has already been served, but the other Mutembeyi. We need to look into those policies. Business is dying because of such people. For the industries, that is the reason as to why we are here. As long as the Mbarara city is on a better status, we shall attract industries. Footsteps is already here, is also our partner. And under Mbasita, we attracted them to come and construct an industry in the industrial park here. They are coming, and I have already invited an Indian who is also assembling motorcycles that use electricity, they don't use fuel, to also come, and we are making arrangements. He's purchasing land to come and do that. If all these things are at a normal parameter, then investors can come. The city will grow. For the banks, I thank you so much for supporting us. Naina mumwetunuremu, waro binje bitari birungi, nabyo bitukusiza, engeri gye mutuwaamu ssente, okuzimpa, ozimpanga birukurase nyingi. Naye ng'okugenda okuzinsaba, oleeta amaanyi mangi nnyo. And you don't want even to hear what I'm saying in case I failed to bring your what. I don't want to go so far. Samson Kasumba, you see, is coming here. But I would like to thank everybody for participating in this business, for participating in celebrating Mbarara City. And this is the first day of celebration. The next day we must celebrate, and the coming day, but because of time, I would like to thank you, Samson, for giving me this opportunity to talk to these people. I would like to thank the city management and the city, the councillors, all stakeholders for coming up to show up in this arrangement. We thank you so much for God and my country.
Steel and tube industries are also here. So is God's Will Hardware. I like the name of this so here among other organizations. This good friend of mine invited me a very, very long time ago. I think it is probably over a year. And they've been checking on me, Kasumba, are you coming? Are you coming? And I'm glad I am finally here. I've already told people in Kampala that I'm still debating whether to come back or not. I might not go back. I'm still looking for a reason to go back to Kampala. If you have the program, ignore that and concentrate on the one I have here. Because your program is saying something else. Your program says break a tea. The one I have says another speech. We will go with mine. By power of authority entrusted to me, all in favor say aye. And those against say nay. The ayes have it. See, that is how politics is run and managed. We do have if you want more than 5 minutes, you are going to purchase it. I want to contribute to Mbasita, and I brought some things here. Me, I don't want people to give me money and they go away free. 10,000 shillings each. Who has 10,000? I give them something. 10,000, umtwalo. Yes. Minister, how many can I give you? 15, 20, 30? Sorry? You bring 10, you get to know what it is. Here it has what we printed on. Welcome home, Mbarara City, Mbarara City. Ah, lovely. 10,000 shillings. You take one for 10. Minister, can I bring 20, 25, 30? 5 for a start. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 for a start. 5 for a start. Who wants more? 5 for a start. I first pick the money, then hand over the things. How many can I give you? 25? 5. Another 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The white ones are also there. They are 11,000 shillings. They are white ones for 11,000. Sorry? 5 of the white. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 white. That is 55,000. Sorry? I'm in Uganda, no change. Sorry? Sorry? I put the 5. Yes. So I owe you 45,000. Yes. You get some more white for mommy, Kale. Okay. Anybody wants to change? No, no change. Somebody else who wants. Okay, who doesn't have 10,000 shillings to give me? Who doesn't have? You put up your hand and said, I don't have 10,000, so I know who not to see. Okay. Mr. Sechito, you said you wanted more time. Give me 100,000 shillings, you'll have 10 minutes. Yes. We shall bargain after. So I first give you my time, then we bargain on money. Kumuntu we Kampala. Kampala we deal with cash. If there is no cash, to kuva mchibok. Mr. Sechito, come and speak. Mr. Sechito is coming. Let me first remove my money. Bano bagala sente mbamanyi.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chief guest, who happens to be my boss in Kampala as the Minister of State for Trade, Honorable Ameria, who is to be the tip boss of mine at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, now Presidential Advisor. I'm very ordinary. And therefore, I don't want to go into much protocols. All dignitaries here present, I recognize you all. My name is Issa Sechito. You know we have an issue with the time here. I'm the speaker for Kasita, Uganda. I'm the director for Trade and Commerce at the Private Sector Foundation. I'm the director for Business Council representing Uganda. I'm the registrar, Governor Registrar Representative Uganda, and an international ISO certifying company. I am a farmer and a practical trader. When farming, I deal in bees, and therefore I harvest honey. I'm proud to be in the home of milk and honey, Mbarara. chairman told me to look around for opportunities of growing the city of Mbarara and screens through the opportunities that opened up when we became a city. From the first speaker to myself now, I have automatically changed the program of what I was supposed to present. Because the nature of the head decides which hair to cut. I cannot be bald-headed because my head, like Kasumba said, is not a very good structure. And therefore, that's why I have hair on it. If it was good, I'll be bald. And he said from God. So ladies and gentlemen, all of the people here, all the opportunities that Uganda has, all the endowment that we do cherish, there is very little that opens up for you, whether state status, municipality, town, for as long as you don't open up for yourself. We shall not all be at the leadership at the top of the city. We shall not become mayors or even Lord mayors. We shall remain people in our own businesses and categories. And therefore, to tap into the city and the large and the more and new coming opportunities, there are things that are a must do for us to be able to achieve anything, whether so that we fit in the city and we grow with it. There are a few highlighted people, especially in the political category and the professional category, who will earn because the budgets of the city will increase from what it were as an urban center. But the majority of us are servants. The traders, the farmers, the cattle keepers, the bee harvesters or honey harvesters, and everybody. We remain what we are, but there are things that we must do better to improve and fit in the city. What are these? Unfortunately, because of little time where I will stop on this is where I will end. One of the basic issues we must do, ladies and gentlemen, if any city opens up, if any municipality opens up, if anything opens up, Ladies and gentlemen, we must be ready to respect and honor the people and institutions that are given responsibility to manage you. Are you in Kampala? Do you know KCCA roles? Are you in Mbarara? Do you know what the city mayor wants? Do you know what Uganda Revenue Authority deserves you to be in the city? Do you know what you must do because you have products and therefore UNBS, Uganda National Bureau of Standards, want something from you? Do you know what you must do because they are banks to lend you money? Do you know what you must do because you have cattle? And the agencies that are given authority, ladies and gentlemen, are a must partner in your progress and in your business. What do you need to ask the revenue person for you to survive? It's not to complain. It's to demand two things. One, what do you want from me in terms of obligation? And two, what are my rights that you must give me? Therefore, you must know rights and obligations of all authorities entrusted upon you by a government or any authority that has power over you. In two incidences, rights and obligations. The moment you know what KCCA, what Mbarara Traders Association, the moment you know what the authorities at the municipality or at the city want, at what URA want, you will pay that and then be able to demand your rights as a counterbalance. Two, ladies and gentlemen, there is no progress that you will do. For as long as you have not learned that in any business you do, as a professional, as a farmer, as a trader, as an investor, you must save some money. Uganda has one of the smallest culture in as far as saving is concerned. Latest studies have shown by the World Bank that Ugandan people save approximately 80% of what they earn. 92 people do not save even a penny. Kenya is at 22. Japan is at 85. Ladies and gentlemen, in economics, there is what we call effective demand. Effective demand means the capacity and the ability to pay for what you need. If you have 100 shillings, the love for a pancake will be ripe for you. If you have 10,000 shillings, an old shirt fits you. If you get 200,000 shillings, you will start to think about a bicycle. It becomes $1 million, and you can think of a motorcycle. Tell me when you will ever think about a motorcycle if you are low-income earner and there is no magic that will bring it to become $1 million one day. How will you fit in the city if with your meager income as a trader, as a farmer, you are not getting anything saved aside to shape your effective demand? You are in a town, you are in a city, more so in a city, the demands are high, but the investment in a country like Uganda is very, very likely or unlikely to grow for as long as we don't improve on our saving culture. When you tell a Ugandan to save, they'll talk about the cooperative banker that failed. Tell a Ugandan to save, they'll talk about a cooperative that failed. Why don't you also talk about the centenary that has survived? Ladies and gentlemen, we are in Mbarara city. The chairman was talking about a number of issues. You, who is in Mbarara, who is not happy with the power of cooperation and unity, you must be ready, ladies and gentlemen, to learn to associate wherever you are. In Kampala, we have people who have been there for ages. They have not even bought a piece of plot. There are those that have come from scrap like myself, and I will not say I'm a poor man up to today. The magic is very simple. Where you are working, you are 10 people. And it is a church, it is a farm, it's a municipality, it is a city, and you have neighbors. Even when Jesus wakes up, your earning for a month will be 500,000. If you combine in a group of 10 to save money for the 10 people, you are going to earn 500,000 times 10, and it becomes 5 million. Ladies and gentlemen, a person having 500,000 shillings according to the law of effective demand can never think it's the same as the person owning 5 million shillings. It therefore means that you need people around you not only for parting issues, but also for entrusting and choosing people with whom you share ideology, so that you can be helped to get money increased through the unity and partnerships around you, so that you can be able. You don't belong to the royal family, you don't have land. You don't have cows because you do not have them. But you have a meager income with which you can share with your neighbor, so that it shapes your effective demand. Basebo ne banyabo. E Kampala batugamba nti teri mugagga musiru. Banyabo ne basebo, ladies and gentlemen, abagagga abasiru gye tuli. Enjawulo nti mwe mutupulaningira kubanga sente ze zisalawo kyenziramu okukola. Gwe mbulira anajja ewuwo ng'amanyi tolina kabiina mw'oli nti onoofunayo miliyoni 5 n'akubulira nti kapoloti akalinaanye bakatunda. Who will come to you? Therefore you plan n'ondaga awajja supermarket. You plan n'ondaga awabala emmere kubanga okitegedde nti at the end of the month ninayo miliyoni 5 ze ngenda okuwangula mu kabiina akange. Therefore ekibuga kizze naye sente ogenda kusigala ng'ofuna ntono mu Jjinja, mu Mbarara, ogenda kufitingamu otya okule n'ekibuga nga teweeyambisizza mukisa kugaziya bwongo obwo, tewali kigaziya bwongo bwa mukozi wa mirimu okuggyako sente z'akuŋŋaanyizza. Don't expect Jesus to give you the money. Your work will give you the money. Ladies and gentlemen, atamanyi gy'alaga tabula. Bw'oba manyi gy'olaga lw'obula. Era bw'omala okumanya gy'olaga n'obula, obuuza abantu nti bwe bagamba Kalukyo Center y'Embarara eriri ddawa. Bw'oba abadde oyiseewo n'otuuka mu ttawuni nga bakulagirira. Bw'omala okumanya nti osevinga ka sente, nti weegasse ne banno mulina kye mukola, then wake up and declare what you want. What is it that you want? Some people are cursing God. Ne Mukama, nze n'akamotoka akatono ne kabula, wafukamira ddi n'omusaba ky'oyagala. Mumanye kye mwagala ate mukyatule kumpi buli mwaka. Wake up and tell your wife. Wake up and tell your children that this year we want a 40 feet or a 40-inch or 50-inch TV by the end of December. They will hold you liable. While November is approaching, you will go and meet them all connived. To remind you of what you promised to them, you were a liar. Because you don't want to be a liar, you will strive to get the TV to them. What does this mean? This means when you have an intention, don't feel it on you. It will die with you because nobody is judging you, whether you have performed or not. Declare your intentions to your comrades. This year, I want a Land Cruiser TX. When you had an Ipsum, tell one of your colleagues that will remind you to fit in Mbarara City with a TX other than an Ipsum. Not that the Ipsum is low or is bad, but what is it that God has not given you? Now you are cursing God. Last year you did not achieve. What is it that you did not achieve, yet you are healthy? Haven't you seen people have lost their legs through amputation? Haven't you seen my chairman, Mr. Everest Kayondo, who is one of the mentors of Mbasita, die because of COVID? Are you not healthy? So what is it that God has not given you? God has not given you what you laid down, declared, and announced. And that's your destination for that period. So you have reason to go back and ask God for the TX that you want for that year. And that's your target for then. If you do not have a target, you are moving without a destination, and you will never know that you have gotten lost. Mr. Chairman, when two poor people meet to share poverty, that is a curse. If the same poor people meet to share the small that each has, that is a blessing. Did you understand what I'm saying? Abantu babiri bwe musisinkana mugabana obwavu mukaba maziga ekyo kikolimu. Mu abantu babiri mwennyini bwe musisinkana buli omu aleete kaleeta, egyo mikisa gya Katonda. Bwe twali tugenda mu East African Community, Honorable Mary akimanyi. Buli omu yaleeta kyaleeta ku mmeeza. Atalina kye yaleeta, buli kiseera abeera mu maziga. Noonya ki ky'ogenda okuleeta. Ate bw'oba okironda, sinzira ku nsonga endala gye njagala obbagamba, bagita comparative and competitive advantage. Ladies and gentlemen, mbeera ntya Mbarara gye balunda enjuki. Mbeera ntya Mbarara awali omugga Louise. Mbeera ntya Mbarara we balunda ente. Mbeera ntya Mbarara awali omuddo ogwa kiragala. Mbeera ntya Mbarara nennemu okwezuula obwongo bwange kye busobola. Nange ne mbagamba nti bankolimira. Bwe batakolimiridde n'okola ki? I am a very good example of a Ugandan citizen who came to Kampala with a small bicycle to join Kampala High School with a small mattress, who cannot easily identify what I own today, and I have not stolen any. What I appreciated is I needed to define what I want. 2, I needed to know who are the influential people to do it for me, to push my dream. 3, I needed to know how to join Mbasita. For that time it was Kasita. I needed to know how do I save the little money that I get from my car shop, so that at the end of the month, whether 1 year or 2 years, I am standing with a bigger check that improves my thinking capacities in as far as business is concerned. And what did that mean? The chairman was crying here, almost shedding tears. Mr. Chairman, don't shed tears. Those traders are stubborn. The few that you have in Mbasita, move with those. Learn the tactics of improving their incomes. Tell them to be firm. Tell them to pay taxes. Tell them to register 14 numbers. Tell them to be compliant with UNBS. Operations that will happen in Mbarara will leave them scot-free, and they will all come to ask you which magic you are committing. At the end of the day, those that did not give you the money, whether Indians, Chinese, or local people, will come running to give you millions when they refuse to give you contributory money for the few thousands that you are asking for. There is no magic around it. Just be straight. Tell them what is right. Let them listen to the government and the agencies that government has put. Where you are being pressed by the institutions, we learned of two things as I was starting. One is obligation. The second, right. If you are stepping upon my rights as a revenue collector, I would say no, thank you. I'll call the commissioner. And it will be solved. This means they will not come to you, Mr. Chairman, and teach you in your house. You will need to combine. Be together. Hardware dealers, market dealers, chicken farmers, revenue authority, UNBS, and everybody will come to tell you what is missing in your egg. Honorable Minister, I always cry. When I go to Nairobi, when I go to Zambia, when you ask for an egg, it has a yellow yolk. Come to Kampala, people will say Kenya is refusing our eggs. The concentrate that makes the egg yellow, the Ugandans do not want to apply it. They will disturb you that Kenya is refusing our egg, yet they are the ones who are not using the good nutrients that make the yellow yolk. So as you combine, Mr. Chairman, ask the mayor to remove the street vendors. Don't lament, because it's your right, as we say. If the bank is not opening the small letters at the end of the contract, tell them, Honorable Mutebile, before he died, told us it is legally mandated by the bank to give you a loan facility after educating you what it means. It's legal. You're not appealing. It depends on your... No, you don't need to know everything. He needs to teach you everything. In your local language, if he doesn't have, let them get interpreters so that you are signing for a loan while you are aware of the implications about it. The smaller letters you ignore will take your collateral away. Ladies and gentlemen, as I want to conclude because of the smaller time, be honest. Be honest. Ladies and gentlemen, we are a God-fearing country. For God and my country. My first million, Honorable Minister, I was living in a shop that had no burglar proofs. We would put the items in the day, remove them, take them to Edema, the stores. I looked at the people around me, they are all rich. I said, what can I do? I bought boxes from Stanley St. Peter. Very good radios, but they were empty boxes. Spoiled headphones, very nice looking. I displayed. And everybody looking through the mirror thought this is wonderful. So I would talk to you. You point at it. I leave someone here, I run like I'm a marathonist. By the time I come back to you, I have the radio gotten from Stanley Sempira. I sell it 250, yet he gave it at 200. I make a kill of 50,000. There and then I run to take back the 200 so that I don't think it's part of my income to increase my effective demand. The effective demand in that transaction is only 50,000. If you sleep with that money, ladies and gentlemen, when you go to the bar, the first bottle is commanded by you. The second also by you. The third and the fourth is because of the excitement on you. And by tomorrow you are dodging same Peter, the source of the radio, because you did not return the money. People are not going to be successful if you are not honest in Mbarara City. Don't look for opportunities where they already are. Just be honest, the rich people will trust you. Among us, this class here, there is a person who comes and says, I need $100. $100. Can I pay it on Wednesday? Everybody at the place will look at you scot-free. There is a person who will say, can I give me $500? I meet it in town. And everybody would be willing to give it. Character is with you. Don't ask a government for too much. Government also has problems. We are all borrowers. Government is borrowing. We are also borrowing. So you kneel before government to lend you what? I am a professional accountant. I have never filled a form to ask for a job. You know why? I saw we are so many without jobs. Yet my father had a small plantation. I went back, I failed to do my first examination and HSC, Caltech Academy Makerere, with Brother Chemwa. You know why? I failed to raise the money to register. My dad was in sports and that was his hobby. It is his money. I wouldn't curse him. When I went back, I skipped a year. I told my brother, who is still living, to lend me money for the pesticide. To also show me where I can plow and get a misirieviri ejenyanya. This is a live example, Honorable Minister. Mwami sechitu, nandaga wemba nsimbe nyanya. Nampole eddagala emikebe ena. Nampe enkumbi ne jambia. Mumusana, nenga wali amazzi agakulukuta. Nentema gasiya. Nembika ekisubi. Nensiba mu nnimiro. Bannange nga balinda enkuba etonye ng'ennyaanya zange zimera. Nakutulamu emisiri ebiri, Honorable Minister, bamunaanika, it's a true story. Nenfuuyira ennyaanya zigenda okutandika okunyukamyukamu nga bazigula bansanga mu nnimiro. Mukulu wange yasalawo ani anaafuna leero. Eziroobwe, ew'obulenzi, ebamunaanika, ekikyusa, ekalagala, agakatonda mugulu nga bonna bazirinda. Nanogako omuziri gumu ne mugamba ogusigadde ngukuwadde. Nze ngenze Kampala. Naddayo n'eggaali mpya n'omufaliso mupya ne ndeerijestalinga n'entula senior 6 omwaka ogwaddako. Naye omugga Lwizi gutuyitamu mbu nninda musana ukwe atalina capital, atali mulangiramu olina ettaka. Chairman, twazze obugambo obwo obutono bwenkugamba tuggule abantu bano emitwe. Obugagga tebwazze na city status. Obugagga bwazze na mitwe gyaffe abali mu kibuga. The day we shall change our attitude is the day we shall become rich and be sustainably living in the city. Don't fight with the mayor. You only fight with the mayor for rights. The obligation is he knows. You are only fighting for the rights. The rest is for you to manage. Mr. Kasumba, I have 10 reasons why people should be successful, I have only mentioned 4, and I have no right to remain with the microphone when my time is up. I honorably present my presentation to the chairman. Find the time in the near future. Allow me to come. Sit your people down when we are not celebrating the city status. I go through one by one reasons why some people in Kampala are successful and why others are not. Why are the people without much education more rich than those without it? I know the reasons. Because I'm in the middle. I'm not so studied and I'm not ignorant. A person with a diploma from the MOOBs, by then it was National Business of in Nakawa. If I make a presentation, it is so updated that I can match with anybody because I learned slowly what it takes to be successful. And anybody here can be successful. I end with this. You just allow me 1 minute to end with this. Government erina kalenda ya etandika nga lumu July. Omwaka gwayo gugwako nga 3 June. Si bwe kiri? Eggwanga lyonna lirina omwaka gwalyo. Gutandika nga lumu January. Mbadde nsaba olwaleero nga 10. Buli muntu yenna yaze mu ruumu eno. Twekolere kalenda ya yaffe okuva nga 10 Ogwokubiri. Tugulewo akasawo oba olina wojja oba tolina. Wakiri tuli kasanga nga kakulu nga keereere nga 10 Ogwokubiri omwaka ogujja. Tukebere sente eziribaamu. Beera honest, tokagula. Bw'owulira ofa wakiri weewole n'ekyotadde mugamba. Omusajja wa Kasiita yagamba emiliyoni ye gye yasooka okufuna yagiteresa mwami Richard Kato na kati waali atusuubula masimu nga nnoonya okukwata ku miliyoni eganyi mu Kampala ne mugamba ne bwe mbanga nfa tompa sente zino okutuusa nga ziweza akakadde. Wallahi, I'm a Muslim. Thumma wallahi, okuva le nakwata akakadde ako siddanga mu kubeera nga siweza bukadde 10. It's a true success story that I came to tell you. Ntimba saba tweggulirawo omwaka gwaffe eyazze wano yekka. Oba oli mugagga genda na banka ogigambe gulawo fixed deposit. Nja kuleeteranga sente ze nabanga nsobodde buli lunaku okutuuka nga 10 Ogwokubiri 2024. Abali ggula obubokisi obwo buli omu agenda kukola kike ng'asinziira ku effective demand. Esente z'ofuna ze zikutuma ky'onookola. Mukama bankuumire.
Sewe fene watu tugamba bamutera omungale zamani. Yebale kishishi. Yebale mnonga. Singamba de mnyankole nandi kugambye nakuhente. Nenga bwendi muganda nakuha watermelon. Tuko. Ate nakuwabye tutayida. Kakuwa obutambala. Agenda kuwa bubiri sentence sigaze kubanga mu Uganda no change. Naye wagambye honesty. Basebo ne banyabo sina change. Naye wabewa nyamba agula obutambala 3 muwe change. I want you to take these 3 so I find his change. Who has his 30,000? Bya meya birala tugenda kwesortinga. Era emitwalo omusajja alina emitwalo. Nze siina change nina butambaala. Mbarara wokka w'osobola okukwata ssente n'ozirikawo ne zibeerawo. Try that in Kampala. Mr. Sechito, thank you very much for your conversation. It's amazing how brains work. Nze nasoma theology to study the Bible, interpret it for other people, read biblical Greek and teach it, read biblical Hebrew and teach it. Nenve Bungereza eyo ne ngenda okusomesa gye nasomesa. I questioned dogma ne bangoba. Waliwo abasoma journalism ne mass communication tebalina mirimu. I have been employed for 10 years without any training in journalism. It is what you do with your head. It is what you do what? With your head. People call me a journalist. I'm a theologian. Working with journalists, but very efficient in the job people studied and don't have. Very efficient in what? In the job people studied and kanange mbaweeyo akalala. You have cheated yourself when you studied accounts and auditing, and that is what you do, but you are broke. Eriyo omuntu ng'omulimu gwe auditor, era nga ku mulimu very good auditor, naye nga mu bulamu bwe finances ze nfu. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for a special presidential advisor on trade. Waliwo enjawulo wakati wa presidential advisor ne ba special. Ono ki? Senior. Special.
All these are very powerful speakers. My sister, Honorable Minister of State, the Chief Guest of Trade, leaders of Mbarara municipality, I mean city, sorry, officials from Kasita, Mbasita, CEOs from different organizations, CEO from different agencies, members of the private sector, all protocol observed. Amelia Chambade, and I'm a granddaughter of great leaders. One leader was from here, Mbarara, Christopher Kafurika, who was a Maluka chief, a Gombola chief, a strong member of DP. And another leader is Serano Kuruya, who was a deputy speaker of parliament, who was a mayor, first black mayor of Kampala, who was also a minister of finance in the government. There are very few people like that. So I was born in families of leadership. So I mentioned that because Mbarara is a special place for me as well. I started working in public sector. In public service. In 1979, working for you people, Honorable UN Capital City. Little did I know that he would become a president. And he was working in Ministry of Defense. He identified me and he mentored me into leadership. And I'm proud to be standing here addressing you because of the great mentorship from this great leader. I worked for him and was a member of went to exile in Sweden, formed an external branch for NRA at that time when they were in the field, in the bush. Came back and worked in in State House. And rose in levels until the principal private secretary. But during that time, I was going back to school. I did my first degree. I did my second degree in business. And I must say that I, because of the mentorship, I was one of the best performing PPSs in this country. And I pride in that. I decided to go into politics. Because of the mentorship, I realized that as much as we're budgeting for this money, it was not trickling down the grassroots. I offered myself to go into politics. And I was elected as an MP for 10 years. And I performed. I pride in that as well. I worked as a Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives for 10 years. So I'm proud to have served my country. I'm proud to be standing here as one of the leaders. Now, I'm an advisor to the President in Industry. Let me talk about Mbarara. Standing here and celebrating Mbarara city status is a big achievement, as highlighted by the mayor, highlighted by that's another speaker, the town clerk. So I had put down some points about Mbarara, but I feel I'm not an authority, so I need not go into that. I want to thank Mr. Sezi. I met Mr. Sezi at one of the workshops in Kampala. He listened to me and he appreciated my talk and invited me to be one of the speakers. I thank you so much for organizing this forum. The people of Mbarara, this is an achievement for you, to have an organization that is going to be a voice for you, a tool to be able to do business successfully. An instrument, a voice to shout out for you the challenges you have, an organized body. That is an achievement, but I must thank Kasita that it emanated from you. Thank you for being an example. I always listen to these radios and I listen to the talk shows. And I hear these young people saying, government ekozechi, etufunidechi, etukoledechi. You forget that you are all beneficiaries of government. Kyonna kye tutambuliramu government yekikola. No other. You forget that even the radios where they're making noise from, all these were opportunities that were created by government. You forget the roads that you are using, the energy that you are consuming, the ICT that you are using. Some other African countries have not accessed ICT yet. Nawerabira.
kyoli kyokozesa nti byonna gavumenti ebikoledde. Omukutu gwoyogererako okuvuma. Nze mbeera ku mukutu ogwo n'olaba abantu nga bavuma ne yeerabira nti omukutu ogwo gwavaawa. Tegwava mu bire ne gugwa. Era gavumenti. Policy space and all these policies that enable you to do business successfully in your country. All these, you are beneficiaries of that. Agencies, URA, UDC, UNBS, Uganda Export Promotions Board, URSB, all these agencies are for you to be able to support your businesses. Instead of crying, tetuyina sente, njagala kulaba muzeeyi. You know, all these are the voices all the time. But you forget that the enablers are all around you. Opportunities zonna. Kati na kino ekyokufuuka city, nakyo kintu kinene, you are going to benefit from it. The ministries, all these ministries actually support entrepreneurship. When you talk about Ministry of Trade, when you talk about local government, you look at the market. Yesterday I was in the market. And what I saw there, the central market, I was amazed. And in Kampala, Kasita, you remember, they were making noise that they don't like those structures because they are too high, they are what? How? But I looked at this central market and saw how organized and how people are working. And they utilize all the space. In fact, I want to thank the chairman of the market who took me around. Mr. Muhumuza Emmanuel, vibrant young man. He took me around. I toured Red Wine. Red Wine had issues, Revenue Authority. Red Wine are saying that they can't export because you are deducting a lot of taxes for export. But I didn't know that there were, maybe you need to explain to them. I don't think there is a tax on exports. I visited Elsmart, people who are making briquettes yesterday. And I was amazed. They're making briquettes from waste. From waste. And they're making stoves from scrap. In fact, I posted them on some of our people in Mawokota. And I said, you people, you are there crying of poverty. These people are making money. Njabo baina sente. Sente ziva mu ggulu. You know, they always say such things. Era mnavuddeko nga tuyomba. So there are also opportunities, markets. Someone was telling me that it's difficult to take things across to Kenya, of course we had some issues with Rwanda, but now it's okay, Bunagana. But we have one-stop border posts whereby you can take things across. There is immigration, there is URA, there's all these bodies are there to support you. To support you to be able to export your goods. So government created these markets for your goods. East Africa, you have a number of posts. Africa, COMESA, all these are markets for you. That means maybe you'll be able to talk about them. What are the financing opportunities in the country? The problem is that sometimes we do not know what our financing opportunities are. When you talk about banks, of course, their lending rates are so high. Maybe because of the CBR, but maybe because of the conditions also. But when you look at private sector foundation, I don't know whether they are represented here. They have a number of projects or programs that can support you to export, support women in business, support youth in business. Many will complain, but there is also an opportunity for them. Do you ever go out to look for these opportunities? Of course, UDB, most of you are complaining that it is difficult to access. But are you doing your paperwork right? You have trained, you have educated your children. Let them fill in these forms for you. Let them educate you about how to apply for these opportunities. In UDB, there is what they call Small and Medium Enterprise Business Acceleration Facility. It's a short-term working capital trade and contract financing facility. It is from 50 million to 720. The loan tenure is 1 year. The grace period is 3 months. There is another one, SME asset financing. This one, facility for acquisition of assets for production, is a loan tenure for 6 years, grace period for 2 years. So now all these, Mbasita can help you to negotiate. We can support you also to help you, the ministries there. But once you have a voice or an apex body, they will help you to link you to some of these programs that you are entitled to. There is Microfinance Support Center. They have agricultural loans, commercial loans of 17%. Of course, sometimes in writing, it's not as rosy as it sounds. When you go de facto, you find that the costs are different. And there's a grace period of 6 months. I've also been a beneficiary of this. So MSMEs have a number of projects, even under Ministry of Gender. These ministries have also got MSME programs, even finance. So the good thing is that now you have an organization that can support you and that can link you to some of these bodies. So what is my advice? Let me tell you about my experience. Because most people would say, what is she saying? She's not even in business. I've had people saying that. But when I was working in State House, my salary was not was not sufficient. So I started doing some businesses. Because when you see some of us, you think that we fell from heaven. Bagaga. Because I think everybody in an office, in a busy office, is corrupt. Of course, the corrupt ones are there. But I must admit, I'm very proud that I've held my name in dignity, and I'll go with it. And there'll be a big sign called integrity on my coffin, because I have worked very hard to preserve that. So I started doing some small businesses. And what was I doing? Sewing uniforms. I had a company called Emi Garments. Very powerful. But I had a shop in Mango called Emi Garments. And I used to go to that hospital, Namirembe Hospital, and ask the nurses if they wanted me to make uniforms for them. And I would make uniforms. I would make uniforms for some police officers. I would make uniforms for a number of companies, security companies. And I would make money. But unfortunately, I got so busy in State House and I put some of my relatives there. And after some time, the business collapsed. So whom are you putting in your business? Relative? Because you can't do anything. Get a partner whom you know has also invested in that business, because we were doing well. So I said, what do I do? I walked up to my father then, who had a company, Kulubian Company Advocates. Nemugamba sebo, ebintu biganya omusala mutono nnyo. He said, what are you doing there? You're so busy. Now you're coming to me to ask for money. He said, I don't want money. Give me a title. He gave me a title. I went to the bank, which used to be Stanbic. What was that, the name of the bank before? Not Greenlays. Commercial Bank. UCB. I walked in with that title and they gave me money and I bought a pickup. And I said, what do I do with this pickup? Then someone, you know, people give you ideas. Subula walaji, ekasese, subula ebyenyanja. So I said, kansubule ebyenyanja. So the pickup would go to Kasese, ne baleeta ebyenyanja, n'atunda. Nze siriimu bampa buwi, ndi busy. Busy. State House from morning until night. Boss tamanyi nange ndi eri nkola sente. Ziyingira. Then in the evening, let's say after about, the driver goes for about 3 days. He comes back. Yakutolerako. Boss, your boss. So he says, this is how much I've made. And it was a lot of money. The reason why I'm saying that is that we do businesses which we do not fully participate in. You must be in your business. Kati yantolerangako. He would go. Remember, my pickup is depreciating. Remember, I don't know how much he's actually getting. I'm trying to show you that some of us try to do businesses, but we do not fully take track or record what we are earning or follow up. The mistakes then nakola naiga. Nantolerako, eventually pickup was depreciating. But in the end I say, by the way, why don't I start breeding fish? Now I'm one of the best aquaculturists. I breed fish, people come and study, and I get money from those who come to study. I harvest every 8 months, and that is how I survived in my early retirement. Because I remember when I realized that my money was not coming in every month, akasimu kana akalaga omusala guze, tokyali minister, tokyali MP, tokyali ki, oli ku katebe, ninga bannange obulamu nga butabuse. Storage kati tukole tutya? Kiki ekigenda mu maaso? That's when I realized that actually the fish, the 5 ponds I had were an asset. Nenda bantu obugagga mbulina. Then that is when I started taking an interest. I started fishing. Then I realized there was money. Nengamba, sente zange bulijjo ziragawa. Mwe abasajja bulijjo munziba. Ate bulijjo oli busy, madam. So that is what I'm saying. So I survived those months. Sinafuna mulimu nno. List nejja. By minister, Tabazi, good. Panang. Then something told me in my mind, ani yakugamba nti wali ogenda kubeera minister paka kufa. You have served this country for so many years. The president has so many challenges, so many factors to consider. And he has given you all these opportunities to serve. You're not going to have an advisor. That will support my aquaculture. Now, aquaculture, there is money in fish. Because you can fish, harvest them, you can make 20 million, 30, depending on what you invested in. The ponds are there, depending on what you put on, depending on what you are feeding it. So now I'm a senior aquaculturist in PG District. I also have eco lodges, cottages. These are businesses I've been building over time, But because you are so busy, you don't think about putting in or injecting in your time. Now I have in Solo Haven, we have already started getting tourists. The other week we had about a group of 15 tourists staying with us. Some of them just want to stay in cottage. I have a few cottages, but some just want to stay in tents. And I'm making money because I have the time now to focus. URA, please put cotton in your ears. But I account. I account every month. I'm already registered. I have a TIN number. So the reason why I'm bringing out these issues, njagala kubuulira gwe oba okola business naddala mu abakola mu office, this idea of doing remote businesses, you are losing. You're losing. Because this person will come with a list. Eddagala liweddewo, this, and you buy. You give them money to buy, you're too busy. When do you have time to sit and evaluate your project? When? You are busy, you forget that salary one day will end. I've told you my story. That tutu was no longer coming. I even started selling bananas in my garden. So you who is working and you have established that side business, that other person, your worker, is the one surviving on you. You remember the driver of my pickup, he actually died of AIDS because he had married so many women. He had become so rich. I discovered he had made so much money. He had married, but he never had time to build anything for himself. Eventually he died. So it is, you are actually giving money to your workers. You are not earning anything. Evaluation is key. When do you have time to go there and evaluate your business? When do you do research for your business to know that if I'm in fish, should I get varieties? Should I start add value to it? We never get time to do that. When do you plan properly for that business? When do you grow your clientele? Because now for me, I have an opportunity. Now I look for my clients. Those who want fish, they come and pick. They come with their trucks and pick. But before, it was this worker who was selling. He would bring in a truck at night, load, and sell. But now I identify my clientele. There are people who want fresh fish in ponds. They come and buy and load, and you just call them. So there's a link between me. So another one is, how do you brand your products? You are also a brand. That is why you should be in your business. Because people would say, Eduka ya gundi. You are the brand. You forget that you're actually the brand of your business. But when they realize that Eduka lya mwami Mukasa, Musa Mukasa is always not there, then they will abandon you. Then they will say, he's not even there. But you are the brand of that business. So find a way of branding your business. Another thing that we don't do, insurance. Panange, we don't insure. And we always have these challenges in our businesses. It catches fire. And then you say, everybody will say, sorry. But if you had insured your premises or your business, we don't insure our premises. We don't insure our businesses. We don't. Because people think it is expensive. Whatever you touch, you say it's expensive. I cannot manage that. But it is important. So whom are you dealing with? Which agencies are you dealing with? Or which companies are you dealing with? Let's say you have a bank. The bank might have a representative in your area, a representative bank in your area. Then you say, banka yange nze eri Kampala. Nze omanyi abankolerako bulungi bali Kampala. But you forget that all these banks are technologically linked. Katracho, gende Kampala, mafuta goteekamu, everything. It's a cost. Nekubanga omukyalo oli omu banka y'egundi Stanbic ey'e Kampala ayogera bulungi gye njagala okugenda. No! Think about business, money, the money you spend on the way ng'okwata taxi, okutta emmotoka yo, amafuta, because you are going to that particular bank, ng'ate ina branch one. Bannange, let us start at least look at every activity and convert it into money. Everything you do, don't just think about emotions. Ntukubanga gundi ye mukwano gwange, gye nina okugenda e Kampala. So, whatever you do, oyinza okubanga engoye zo zigula Kampala z'otunda mu dduuka, or your products. But they have an agent here. Why don't you use that agent here? It is cheaper instead of driving all the way. Although people think it is cheaper here. Quality and standards is very important. What are you offering? How you market your products, the factors around you, demographic factors. How many people are we in the area? How many people can I target? Who do I think could be my partner? It is very important. Partnership, finally. Last but not least, partnership is very important. You cannot do business alone. Sente tezigenda kumala nga oli bw'omu. Oyina banno b'olina okubeera nabo ne mukola business. So Mbarara, you are very happy, we are very lucky that you are on a clear slate. Clean slate. Do not make similar mistakes as Kampala made. Kampala made a lot of mistakes in planning. So the mayors really have a lot of work to do. The leaders of this area have a lot of work to do. Planning, development, social services, greening. I'm glad you were talking about all these things. Climate change is very important. Sanitation, toilets, public places. All these are very important. So when you are planning your city, please do not make the mistakes that we made in Kampala. I want to thank you, congratulate you for having survived all these shocks. I can see the recovery period is better. The shocks, for example, of COVID, the lockdown, the shocks of the prices, all of us are suffering. But when I moved around Mbarara, I could see the recovery is a bit higher than in Kampala. Fuel has been a crisis, drought, all these challenges. But you're lucky that you have big companies here like Coca-Cola, Lakeside, Uganda Breweries, Nile Breweries. All these are sources of employment, but they are also your markets, so markets of your products. I want to thank you so much for listening to me. And I commit that I'm going to write a report about my tour to the president and some of the challenges I had. Especially, I had some challenges in the market. I had some challenges with red wine and others. And we'll see how he can, he's giving us enough support, but we can see how we can intervene in some of the challenges. I wish they could give URA an opportunity because I actually talked to the CG, Commissioner General, and the Commissioner General said he was going to send Mr. Mbarara and to be here, but I would feel that we could be given an opportunity to respond to some of the issues that have been raised by other speakers, a number of speakers here. For example, the tax on exports, that one was raised by one of the companies that's making wine. Mr. Ambassador raised a number of issues, but I don't know, it's the minister who's going to speak. But maybe when you get an opportunity later, they could give him maybe 5 minutes. And he explains, because when they introduced him, I heard the response was not very nice. So I want to thank you all. Honorable Minister, thank you so much for your time. And we look forward to listening to your presentation. I want to thank my brother, who has been we've been in a struggle together all these years. We've been in this struggle for a long time. Kemirembe, Mama Kemirembe is also another one who has been in the struggle for a long time. We thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you. Okay.
The good thing is that the MC is very hungry. And the good thing is that the minister is the only speech between food and myself. And the good thing is we have agreed that the RCC will only call the minister, not make a presentation, PhD presentation. Let me call the RCC to call the minister to speak. I've been told that there will be visas to the embassy that has food, and that those visas will be given to you, but they will not be like the American or British visa. They will be easier to access. But as you get them, I will be already down there. The RCC will invite the minister to speak. Give the RCC a big hand clap.
Our chief guest, the Honorable Minister of State for Trade, Madam Ntabazi, the senior presidential advisor, and the senior cadre for the system. Yes, very senior cadre for the system. By the way, we are lucky that today we are hosting the original. Our guest speaker, who has really moved everybody. When you leave this place and remain poor, don't blame God, blame yourself. I worship the mayor and your fellow political leaders, the city clerk, and your technical people, our bosses, the business community. Honorable Minister, the RCC is a servant here, but also a very small farmer. Yes, I'm a very small, who is not poor. That's why we have kept Mbarara safe. Yes, very bad to be poor, and I've never been proud of being poor. I want to thank our guest speakers for the education that they have given us. You see, at times we do things far. And Honorable Minister, I also want to thank this government and the President for creating a very good environment for everybody to come out of poverty, and you choose poverty for yourself. And I want to thank this government that money goes to whoever works very hard, not to those that support it. We have Mr. Katembeya here. Katembeya, I want to introduce you. We have Mr. Katembeya here. He's the richest man in this town.
both in business and farming, though he has on the other side of the Honorable Chamberlain, but he assured me he's about to come. I've been given a very simple job of inviting our minister, but before I invite the minister, I want to thank all the security operatives who are here and volunteer in Mbarara City. You cannot do business.
You cannot do farming. You cannot become rich when you don't have security. I want to thank you so much for really giving security to the people of Mbarara. I was hearing what was happening and what has been happening in other areas, even during these Christmas days and other big days. Mbarara people stayed very safe, and that's why the businesses are booming. Honorable Minister, can you come and talk to your people?
Thank you so much, the RCC and my mentor. We've been together in the struggle. Though I found you there, we served together in Kasese when you were my boss and I was a cadre in your office. Thank you for keeping the spirit and the fire burning. My role model, who is the former minister or the Minister Emeritus for Trade, Industry and Cooperative, and now the Senior Presidential Advisor on Industry and Trade, and somebody who has really given us light on which to follow. The private sector, Kasita and Imbasita, who are here today, our district leadership, and the city leadership who are here, led by the mayor and your council, the technical teams who are here, the agencies, and my constituency, the business community, the media, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank God for this special opportunity that He has offered to me to be the guest for this historical event of the opening of the city, mighty city of Mbarara. And I want to thank God that today was a day meant for Mzee Mwebesa, who is my senior minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperative. But because of the urgent call that he got, he delegated a very vibrant young girl, Harriet Ntavas, who is the State Minister for Trade, Industry and Cooperative, but overseeing trade of this country. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't have a very loaded background like the one of the presidential advisor, that heavy one. I have a lighter, micro, small, and I would call it medium background, which I've undergone. I'm a young girl, I would call myself, because they are elders here, from Bundibujo district. And I went to school. So after my graduation at Makerere, instead of getting a job, I got pregnant. Yes. I got pregnant and I said, now let me sit. Now, that's when my business concept started. Sit and do what? I've studied from Makerere, but I'm just here. So what I did, I started as a micro trader on a stall. In local language, we call it Mbarara, of tomatoes, oranges, cabbages, onions, rice, and those little things. I started with a capital of 300,000. Yes. And I made sure that I should not lack food. That was my basic concept. Because if I started with something else, I would be sleeping hungry. So I started with the food because I needed what? Food. Now, in the process of doing business, I saw my best customers were those ones with the hotels, those ones who are doing parties, going for catering and all that. I said, oh my God, don't I know how to cook? I should have a catering service. I used my food to start a catering service. I won one tender for my friend's introduction ceremony. The money he gave me was the real capital to buy saucepans, to buy plates, to buy those ladles and other things to use. Others I borrowed. So, I started as small as that. On the very party, I saw people had decorated. I had the brain. I said, just tying a ribbon here and putting these linings, which are sold in Chiembe, I must decorate. The next tender was to get a catering food and then decoration. Now money started flowing into my pocket. I became rich through a process. I'm telling you. I was never known by government. Nobody knew me. I made myself what I am. So, I started on decorating, cooking, and I had one thing in my course at Makerere. I did communication skills. So I knew how to handle my clients and my customers. And that one gave me political capital. From there, I went and contested because I had brides who had eaten my food and people who had celebrated with me, and I bought gowns here in Kampala, decorated them, others for free, others for what? I became a celebrity and ended up in the parliament. Yes. That's how I went to parliament, because of the popularity I gained. My first time to handle huge money was in the Parliament of Uganda. So, this is a testimony I wanted to give you, that you don't have to start from a rich background to become rich. You don't have to become prominent, from that known, to become what you are. I'm now a minister of the Republic of Uganda. Praise God. Amen. Hallelujah. Amen. Am I speaking to somebody? Yes. Because everybody knows that to be an investor, to be a prominent business person, to be this and that, to have property, to accumulate this and that, you have to start from either you inherit your father's property or you do what or you do what. No, my father was a headmaster and he even died before I got money. So he did not enjoy my money. He died when I was still at the university. So I'm giving you a testimony for you to know that whatever you are doing, just use your what? Your brain very well. Your mind has to have a vision. You have to be sharp. Now on this special day, after you people knowing me, I appear before you as a guest to officiate on a special opening, because this is opening of a huge road that you are going to go through to compete with other cities in Africa, to compete with other cities in the world. Mbarara is one of the cities out of the 10 cities which were made, which is growing at a very rapid speed. And I want to assure you, with the markets that you are having nearby, the DRC, with a population of more than 300 million people, with the Rwanda, with our friends in Tanzania, with Burundi, Mbarara city is going to grow more faster than any other city, including Kampala. And the better part of it, it has started with a population which is, first of all, almost, because they gave us the percentages here, 53% employed, benefiting from employment. Now, add on some little percentage, you will find yourselves 80% with jobs. Others self-made, others self-employed, others government. So, I'm expecting a vibrant, shining city within the period of less than 5 years. That's my dream. That's what I'm looking at. Now, this population that you've mentioned here, because in cities, we need people. But we need meaningful people in a city. You either have to have, for you to be comfortable in a city, you must have either a service that you are providing, or you have a product. You have a service that you're giving out, or you have a product that you're giving out for you to receive cash from the city. So why we are challenging other cities is that in Mbarara we have services we are giving out to people. That is employment, that are hotels, as others, things, services, saloons, what you can talk about. And then we have products that we are giving out, both nationally and internationally, regionally. Mbarara is supplying milk everywhere you go. We are now thinking about huge value addition on top of the 6 companies, factories which we have in Mbarara city for milk. We are looking at adding more value. You heard what our neighbor said, the president of Kenya, said we can no longer go on blocking Uganda's milk because we can utilize it to add value. This microphone was fearing me. because I'm a public speaker anyway. So, the value addition that we are looking at is far beyond what we are doing now. We should plan ahead of this because that's what we are copying from our neighbors. Get the milk from Uganda, stock it, add more value, and we export it, re-export it. So they have already seen an opportunity for a raw material coming from Uganda. So I'm praying that as we embrace this city, it's now 2 years from 1st of July stage to another stage. And I know that the brains are here. Of course, this Mbarara city has features that other people admire. They call you rich people. Yes. Abanyankore n'abagig. Nkuba kugamba bati. So for somebody to come here, a vendor to come here, it's very difficult. Nibamanya n'abachi n'abagiga. They're rich. They don't buy these local things. So that one gives us in town a clean city, which is admired, and green, clean and green. So we want to maintain that approach so that our city gets a name, because now we are looking at the name of the city. Others are tourism cities, others are trade cities. What are you? City. We can be a green city and we maintain it. That one will make our trademark. Green city. And when somebody enters, really sees what? A green city, like Singapore. Singapore has no land, but it is green. Everywhere you find trees right from the airport. So you can do something about it. And you name your city a green city, environmentally friendly. Issues to do with the garbage, I think naturally, Mbarara knows how to utilize the products of their food remains. Correct plan for this city. I've just received the instruction here while seated. So the mayor, the town, the city clerk, and the teams, please prepare for that. Let's not construct anyhow. Let's not throw garbage anyhow. I know we shall maintain this, and the president will be very happy. The city, you have made proper organization of your taxis and buses. At least they have where to park. I think you need to open more parks, bus parks, the taxi parks. Then you design your border borders. Give them uniforms. Give them a sense of responsibility because they know how to maneuver and look for their own ways of doing things. So before they did that, please put a plan and make sure that the city remains very organized and smart. So Uganda has, now in Kampala we have started organizing, though a little bit late, but we are trying. The government has put in place Kira Motors and has put buses which have started moving in the city, very clean. We cannot say from today onwards, stop coming to the city center. No, it is a process. But for you, you can utilize that chance because you are still a virgin city with good policies. And I thank you for the city bylaws that you put in place, because they are the city bylaws that clean the city. They are the city bylaws that make the city what you want it to be. I passed here at around 6:37. I found that the shops were almost closed. Yes, the shops closed, I don't know, by 6, the shops have closed. People have gone home. They have their cows, they have their things to take care of. They have things to do. A shop is nothing to them. If you cannot buy by 6, go home and sleep and come back early and what? In the morning, you'll find business. I'd forgotten something, but the town was closed. I had to improvise. I said, this is a real city. Jesus Christ. Mbarara, I found this in Ankara when I was in Turkey, now Turkey, that has gotten these challenges. For them, by 5:30, you have to pack and do it and go away. Shopping, go to Istanbul, where they trade day and night. So, there are unique features and characters of this city that our Pastor Kasumba is coming from. Now, my call today and our message today is more on economics. The economics, most of it has been explained. I don't have to labor with it. You had the flow of material from those ones, from the two brains that came here to present. They shared with us widely. Now, government's intervention is the one we are looking at. You have the products, you have tried your level best to organize yourselves in cooperatives through these ancient cooperatives and other new cooperatives as the duty of the Minister of Trade. Now, our duty, our core duty is to make sure that we hold your hands and get strong markets for the products that you are producing jointly. Because when you produce jointly, you negotiate markets jointly, even the prices are dictated upon by you people. Always avoid a business where the customer dictates the market. Join a business where you dictate the market. So when you come together, make cooperatives, join together, you make a negotiation force that you'll use to negotiate markets. And I'm happy that you have Mbasita now. Mbasita, your work is very, very, it is nice, but complicated. So those issues of coming here lamenting, we should move from the book of lamentation to acts of apostles. Ebikorwa, not lamentation. You are voted by the people, put in place to carry the mantle, carry the challenges of the people, the vendors, of the traders. Bring them to the right people who will address them. Your mentor is there. He has brought me many things, and we've handled. Tax per kilo on garments, negotiations on what? Now, the markets that we've been crying for, one-stop centers. Others were started by our mama there. Others I'm doing. We are opening these markets. We are constructing markets, one-stop centers, to make sure that you no longer move from one point to the other as you take your products out of the country. Recently, we saw the president in Impondwe opening the market. We are trying to work on Bunagana, but that one is still I'm sorry, these are people whom they bring to disturb us all the time. Really. But I have to listen to her. So, we are putting these markets in place. one-stop centers so that you find URA here, you find immigration here, you find UNBS here in one place. We should stop lamentation. Should start acting. If there is a hurdle, come to the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperative, which is your mother what? Mother ministry. Right. You don't have to go to the streets and demonstrate. Kampala City now is a sort of demonstrations, I can say, because they know where to go. They know if this challenge comes, it is Minister of Finance, but we have a voice, which is Minister of Trade. Me, I didn't know that I was the leader almost of opposition to some of the ministries. For Minister of Finance, I sometimes become leader of opposition when there is a high tax on traders. I have to go and negotiate, I have to go and do this, and we harmonize, and the tax is cooled down. For the Ministry of Health, there is a lockdown, they want to lock here, I have to go and negotiate, please don't lock, let's do this, let's struggle here, because of the trade, the economy will fall. For the Ministry of Agriculture, I have to struggle to make sure the products that they are taking to the market are of the quality and good, well harvested and properly stored. That is the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. For the Ministry of Education, the private schools, I have to negotiate for them because they are traders. I am almost the leader of opposition in the cabinet because I have a voice from Kasita, from Naumbasita, from the local traders. They are demanding this, they are demanding that. So we need to develop negotiation skills through trainings. We have URI, which can give you trainings. It is a matter of organizing yourself. The city, you have to organize yourself, the mayor, the RDC is there, RCC, you have to organize yourselves. We bring you technical people to train you on how to handle certain matters, to train you on how to access markets, to train you competitiveness. Because now, the products that we are taking outside are not only produced here. There are other people who have them in other countries. We are targeting COMESA. We are targeting African Continental Free Trade Area, which out of now 55 countries, we have 54 on board. And we are struggling to become the Secretary General. So we cannot be the Secretary General when we don't have quality of the products which can compete on the market with other areas. So where do we rely on? On the cities which we have. We cannot rely on villages, because villages will bring products unprocessed and they're processed in cities, and we take a finished product. So what you brand your city will be what you're taking out of the country, and you should be known for that. I know people are already exhausted, but I want to tell you that we should develop a positive attitude to taxation. The taxes that we are giving, more especially, I'm calling upon the traders. You need good roads. You need good markets. The Minister of Local Government today told me to thank you, thank the leaders, to thank the traders for accepting to enter the market that the government put for you, Mbarara Central Market. You have entered the market and people are doing business comfortably. And I want to thank the leaders for handling the compensation and, taking the vendors in peace. There are vendors who refuse, say we cannot enter the markets. There are markets which are constructed and are white elephants, but you've utilized the market. These markets are constructed from your pay. So payment of tax is not a punishment. It is something that will boost the trade environment, that will boost the trade ease of doing business, the roads, the what, and all that. So I want to really thank you so much, and I know there is a lot that government will do. You heard our seniors say, government has done a lot, that has tried. For the micro, small, and you will access government money. So we need to support government, and that is the money we want in the bank. So I'm calling upon you people to go and access this money, put proper use on it. Almost over 80% of this money is redundant in UDB, unutilized. And now the large scale traders are the ones trying to convince government to pick it, yet it was meant for micro, small, and medium enterprises. A micro business, you know it, with a capital of 10 million and employment of 5 people. A small business with a capital of 50 million and an employment of 50 people or more than 10 people. A medium with an employment of 100 people and a capital of 350 million. So, if you lie within that range, please pick this money, go and improve on your businesses. The government has put in money capitation in UDC to support those small scale industries which are coming up, even large scale, by the way. Put in money, and this money is targeting natives, Ugandan natives. We want you to become investors. The Basita was talking about where the Indian color to be an investor. If you want to make money, don't wait for the Indians. You can partner with them, then you come and get into her. Yours is to get their knowledge. Pick it, come and put it in Mbarara City. What the brains they have is what you have. So I'm calling upon those investors, upcoming strong investors who are here. One of the investors is my senior minister. He told me he has a factory here. And when I came, I visited it. I found nails being produced here. I found, steel materials, those electricity poles, and all those things. So it doesn't have to be a white person or an Indian or a German to make money. So me, I'm calling upon Ugandans. Others are asking to be Ugandans because they know when you are Ugandan, you can access the same incentives like those ones who are coming from out. The Minister of Investment has given his incentives to investors. It depends on what you are investing in and how much money you've come to invest. So a chapati trader cannot be get the same incentives like somebody who is adding value on the milk, with the factor of the milk. So it depends on how much money you are putting in investment that the incentives will be given. And the tax holidays we give to everybody. But you have to showcase that you really convince our traders to improve. If you have been producing 5 liters of wine, improve and go to other liters. Improve like that and employ people. Even if you employ your children, we don't care so long as they are people, Ugandans. You can employ your wife, your grandchildren, the manager is your girlfriend, we don't care. Put them there. Make sure they make money from what you are investing. And for us, we shall give you the tax holiday. So I'm advocating for you everywhere I go. And now I'm going to be part of your members. I know you have a team, a very strong legislation team, members of parliament, including ministers, including my friend, the woman member of parliament. All these ones, I'm going to add my voice to make sure our city shines and goes to another level. Now, as I conclude, no longer thinking Uganda, we are now, though we have even gone ahead to negotiate as Africa to make sure that we are having one standard of products. And East Africa has already embraced one standard to the fact that when a product is certified in Uganda, it can no longer be certified, subjected to conformity in Rwanda. We are almost talking one language in terms of negotiating standard. And this one is facilitated by European Union. We have been trained and we are coming down to start training you people. So we want to open regional UNBS offices in Mbarara. Regional. Leave alone just throwing in stuff to be there, but a real hub, a zonal office that will be as strong as that one of Kampala to take those strong decisions on the products because we know this city is one of the best cities in terms of production of things that we want to take out of the country. So my message today and the message from my senior minister is for us to start thinking big, move from the little innovations we've been doing, innovate higher and innovate bigger, and think of other people who are doing the same products that we are doing, and think of competitiveness and how to access and hit the market. So I'm happy that all the rest of the details have been aforementioned. The message that we have today is that, I know you have 6 other markets that, don't know whether 6, you have other markets that form Mbarara city. You're not like Kampala, which has 28 markets scattered. You have 8 markets, including, but not limited to, the list that was given to me by the mayor, Nyamutiovora, Kakoba, there was Kakoba, there was Namutiovora, there's another one in English. Makan what? Yes, it ends with like an English word. This is why I told you the standards have gone high. Really. That market, those markets, they are going to be constructed under satellite arrangement. Satellite arrangement. We are no longer now talking about trade of trade of proximity, I would say. We are now talking e-commerce, e-trade, e-everything. Like you have e-governance, e-what? We are now going e-trade, e-commerce, e-economics, e-everything. Even if I'm here, my products will reach Geneva. Even if there is somebody whom I've never seen, will be my customer. So these are things that we are putting in place for us to move at the same level with other people. And I wanted to tell you that to reduce on the number of vendors, so we need to move. And this one, because in other areas, like for example, in Dubai, the market is somewhere and it is known where it is. Other areas, Sarija and other cities are for wholesale. And they keep clean. When you're coming, you are coming to pick things in bulk. Take to the suburbs and take to other areas. So you must have that a style to say, This is where wholesale is. This is where you'll find the vending. This is where you'll find the what, and you would have set a precedence that is not anywhere in the country. So I want to thank you. The purpose of this engagement today is to sell and market Mbarara City for investment, for trade, for networking, for coordination, and making sure that Mbarara as a city, which is both, doesn't work for Chita Chonka, like the notion is, which is working for both commercial and subsistence, which is a city with a vision, which is a city so-called rich people, though they are rich anyway, rich people, brains, educated people. We were challenged here. It may not be in Mbarara that educated people are poor. No, that one doesn't exist in Mbarara. These people are both educated and rich. So they combine the two. It's not like Kampala where rich people are uneducated and the poor people are what? Are educated. You will find the mayor, the city, the RCC. I asked the RCC, I said, Oinente zingai, farm yao. We met here, I said, we had come for a training on how to milk and all that. Namubuza, Oinente zingai. Yajirangu mwana wanje. Ente kabatakus amatungo tebakukora ki? Tebakugabara. They are like women. You cannot count the number of women that you do what? That you have. No. Then you are not a man. You cannot count the number of children. 1, 2, 3 children. No. There is one friend of mine, very educated, was a commercial officer, very friendly and educated and rich. Baso we are feed. Baso mama tungoke. Yabaine, amajubegati, amatungo, what? Yabaine nabana. Akazara. Abana binga mwana omwe. Everybody packed and went away. How can you have one child? How? At least, for sure. For a man to stand, you have to have at least 2, 3, 4. Yes. So that when the other one is not there, there is another one. The other one is not there, there is another one. So you have to have as many cows as possible. And he's educated. So the point I'm making, don't think that because you're educated, you are subjected to poverty. No. That salary you are making must be put to use. If you get rich people, don't just spend. They multiply their income into both expenditure and more income. So I have no really much to add on. I know you have the Nyoga, which you are putting into proper use. And I know you have embraced parish development model, which is targeting the remaining part of the poverty, the poor people. Recently, when we were at the celebration here, I came myself. I heard what the president said, the 39%. In fact, in Mbarara, it is not 39. It has even gone, lower. In Mbarara city, city is 10. The poor people are 10%. In the sphere for studies and see how you have done it, Muchikola Mutia, so that we can also emulate what the city is doing. So I want to thank you so much, and I want to say this is the beginning. The celebrations have started. It's in the nightclubs that they talked about. I used to come for Vision Empire here. I'm not a joking matter also. I used to dance here, seriously. We come for workshops. I was a district woman councillor. I've gone through all the ladders of leadership. I was a national youth delegate. I was a youth councillor in the council. Then I became a woman councillor. Then I went to the member of parliament. So I've been dancing here. There was a hotel called Pelican. I don't know whether it still existed. It was just adjacent, opposite the what? Vision. So we would just go and shake there because we had peers. But now I cannot go. I don't have any peer unless the RCC went and Kasita, Mbasita is young. So my age denies me to access such areas again. But I really want to thank you that you are going to shine. And I know Uganda is proud of you. Uganda is going to be proud of whatever issues you're doing. Greetings from the honorable members of parliament. Greetings from the Honorable Majesi, the Minister for Local Government, who is thanking you for the cooperation of Galova Majesi Buliwa. Yes. And he's saying that those markets will be constructed under satellite. The Mashamington something market, Revi Corner, Rugazi, and all those ones. They are 6 in number. And the issue of the airstrip, in fact, you have a very strong point. Because now we are constructing Mutukula regional market, we are going to put an airstrip there, a local airstrip. But we need a regional airfield. And the good thing, you still have the land. Isn't it, Mbarara? Muinitaka. So, we are totally behind you in construction of this, in an elevation of the airstrip to an air field, so that we reduce the congestion of Entebbe, we reduce the congestion of, when these traders come, they just land here. And the businesses move on. So that means we should now start thinking bigger. Because when an airstrip, an airfield is here, everything will change. We want to change. So we should start on this. And I told it to the Honorable Majesi. He said in the bigger plan of widening infrastructure development, this is going to be a priority among our priorities. So we need to guard jealously our land, our territory, to make sure that it is not fragmented and cut into smaller pieces, because the sky here is no longer going to be the limit. It's going to be the beginning. So I want to really thank you so much, and thank my brother, Dr. Kasumba. Yes, we need to do Dr. Kasumba. Who is not a coward? Anyway, though my baby, I have a girl who says, Kasumba is a coward. Kasumba is a coward. I said, Kasumba is not a coward. He said he remembers only one scenario. When they said, Kasumba, come here and explain. Kasumba was almost running away. But that is life. You need to broadcast development. We need to broadcast. In fact, trade and investment should be your priority on the TVs of this land. Trade and investment should be a priority on radios. Not politics, not Lugambo, not what. You will go to the road, your children will sleep hungry, you will go to the road, join which colors, you are that color, you are the other color. But remember, you need food on the what? On the table. How will that food come? So the media should help us mobilize the country to economic development. Mobilize the country to put money in the what? In the pocket. Even if you are a strong man, big and strong like you are, without money, you are nothing to me. Even if you put on suits, ties which are shining, don't know from where, but is the money in the pocket. Have the children gone back to school? Is there fees? Or you are begging fees from politicians? Wanjogo mwana nkamukohereza okumumpereza obuwa, did you tell me? Okamumpereza ota. So you need money for your household, you need money for your family, you need money for your village, for your sub-county, for your city. You need money for your country, for you to attain the middle status income that we are looking at. For God and my country, may God bless you.
You people in the media, they have told you. Me, I'm not in the media. I'm a pastor in Nasuma. Give the minister a very big hand clap. Mr. Justinian Wagaba, he's a commissioner of urban administration in the Ministry of Local Government and is representing the Minister of Local Government. So twakwachira mnongo. When we come back from lunch, or should I say, habanyuma lunch, URA, you come with your questions, they are here to answer them. The good thing is they will become very victorious over that experience since the head is Msinguzi. Now, if the head of your organization is Msinguzi and they ask you questions and you fail, then there is a problem. So URA will be answering questions. URSB, that is the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, will also be answering questions of how do you register your marriage? How do you deal with the process? You go to married, legally, nebigana, mwagala kwaukana, how do you register? They will answer that. How do you register your small business? What are the advantages of working legit vis-a-vis undercover? Me, I did undercover work for over 10 years in Nasa Road. But now I'm legit. So URSB will also be here. Copyright and all those things, they will be answering. There's also a bank that will be giving us the advantages of going to bank vis-a-vis money lenders. But money lender, will they go to heaven? Think manage. But we are going to lunch. Honorable Minister, the PhD will come. Yes. The only problem was my missus, the person I share a room and bed with, who is also the mother of my children, and also the daughter-in-law of my mother, had told me, stop going to school, first build us a house. And imagine that it is a very responsible request. So I have decided to do that, and this year we are finishing. So beyond next year, I'm going to go back to pursue my PhD. So in a few years, you'll hear the news read by Dr. Samson Kasumba live at 9. That one will happen. The organization is like this. Myself,
Hello.
And the four tables there, you will go in a certain direction. Where there is no meat. Now the rest of you eat meat, chicken, and other things. You are going to be given a coupon and served where we have the recipe. So that is the organization. But since I'm here on behalf of God, let us pray for us. For those of you who still believe in God.
Hello.
While putting one hand on the phone, the other on your spouse if you came with them. Let us pray. Father in heaven, we thank you that you have given us appetite. We also thank you that there is a lot of food available.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello.
We also pray that out of this place will transform our mind. I am one who believes that being valuable and being given money, because I don't know any rich person who became wealthy
Hello,
by
hello,
being
hello, hello.
given money. As we return after lunch, bless us.
Hello, hello.
In
So, yeah.
Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Don't write down. So after lunch, Zagag. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold on a second so that
Mbarara is one of the cities that got it attained its city in 2020 July 1st. Here we've been these are some of the events that are going to lead to the festival that is going to take 3 days, and today is the first day, tomorrow is going to be the second day, and the festivities will end on Sunday. There have been a lot of issues that have been tackled here. Basita presenting its challenges that it is facing while executing businesses in Mbarara city, and the minister addressed to the solutions that are going to be taken to address the challenges that Mbarara city is facing. Honorable Ameria Chambade was among the people that addressed the.
Yes, thank you very much, you who is watching us live on Creative Digital Media. We are coming to you live from the Igongo Cultural Center based here in Mbarara, and what we actually have to be knowing is that today marks the beginning of the Mbarara City Festival 23. Actually, yes, 2023. And you have to understand anyway that there are quite a number of activities that are well anticipated from this very day to Sunday, which is actually going to be the 12th of February 2023. Now you have actually to understand again that this comes at a time when a city, like Mbarara, of course, is preparing, to become in the industrial city, but also just like they actually echoed, this is, envisioned to be green city, and that is what you have always to prepare for. Quite a number of, guests that came around and, had to offer different, speeches here and there, but well, quite remarkably to note is that the nation is preparing to make Mbarara city a green city, and of course that comes with a lot that I might want to expect. The symposium, of course, what looks at the investment opportunities within the city. What can we actually look at? The makers, the change makers of the city, who is actually going to build this when it comes to business and trade. Basically, that is be worried about. The state, just like we are told to have different panel discussions from the USB and also the RA, quite a number of digging with questions, of course, that you might want to ask yourself, with them answering here and there. Now, important equally to note is that as we expect the 12th February 2023, which is actually this very Sunday, we expect the business community again to showcase whatever they do within the city, but also, again, interact with different officials there and then, face to face, with them, of course, answering again questions, directly. Now, from the presentations, of course, that we had earlier today, quite another remarkable one from the city clerk. One would wish to actually understand that the city city plans to transition into development, of course, with a number of areas, including the physical infrastructure and social services, but also development and also tourism, recreation, and greening. Of course, this being one of the biggest want to zero down to. If you look at the other one being city housing, another important one, but also environment and natural resources becoming another important area that the city is actually planning. Yes, one of those that actually attended this very first phase of this business symposium, Jackie Umwiza, I would say. Glad that, of course, I came to be knowing you. You could actually tell us the picture you get so far. Where is it something you expected already? Whatever thought actually that you may build on for this very phase that we just completed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sankara. My name is Jacqueline Kansime Omweza. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Royal Rich Investments. And I'm really glad that we got invited to attend this symposium. And of course, Royal Rich Investments, it deals with agro-processing, financial literacy and management, and consultancy, both in business and legal. And being part of this, I see Mbarara as a city having a great, this symposium is going to have a great impact on the city, as most of the traders now are going to connect together, evolve together, and learn from each other. And this is going to promote both the household income and the city itself. So to me, I believe that this kind of symposium should always come through for most of the traders to come on board and live together. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. Now, from your background, let's talk about what you anticipate within your field. I understand you equally on the other side have dealt with small-scale industries, I would call them. Does whatever the officials communicate really communicate to the agenda of WUZIA, for instance?
To me, I believe, like on my own perception on the SMEs, yes, the officials always communicate, but then we need to put whatever is communicated into practice. It's either I do or nothing is going to be to come on board or help anyone here. And it's not about having these symposiums on board and trade shows and etc. It's about putting whatever is said into practice and making sure all these traders are brought on board. Even there are many traders who have not come today and who would really wish to participate and be part of this great symposium, but unfortunately they're not here. And this message should be carried along to everyone, even those ones who have not come, so that in case next time, maybe there should be a pre-symposium first, for example, put on different social medias and maybe communicate so that it would be great for everyone. But to me, the SMEs, if this whatever is communicated is put into practice, the SMEs are going to develop. They have a great impact, and it's going to be on. We are going to develop, and that is what I can say.
We are going to develop. That comes from the regional. I want to believe I'm sounding the right one. At least I know you have served as the regional coordinator for the Uganda Small Scale Industries Association. What would you anticipate before the day goes? We are told there are other key players coming within the afternoon session, supposed to be giving different talks and whatever. What would you really rather the minister talk about and the rest? Perhaps, well, I know we could have missed them already, but what would you actually rather wish be talked about within this very symposium? Thank you.
To my wish, as a representative on the SMEs, I would wish the upcoming speakers, the ones that are going to speak to us in the afternoon session, mostly the URSB and UNBS, they should focus on the challenges that are being faced by most of the traders, the challenges that are being faced by the SMEs, and that is a few of those as high taxation, definitely, and also high charges and requirements for certification of their products. To me, without all that, there is nothing actually why we are into trade, because those are the major that would take us to have even a bigger market, to have East African market like the minister was saying about it. So we need, the SMEs need at least to have reduced taxation, because I can imagine if you're starting a business, you're not yet there. You're just looking for a way of how to get capital and make sure like at least your business can grow from no man's perception. But then here you're faced with challenges of high taxation, the local councils are closing your businesses every other day. You are imposing all the taxes on you like any other established trader. So to me, those are the things that they need to talk about. How can an SME benefit from the taxation within their limits? How can they still benefit? Can they talk about reduced rates? Can they talk about maybe grace periods? Can they talk about, or maybe be given a duration at the beginning of their business, be given a duration of when approximately like a grace period of 1 year, so as to stabilize and be able to pay all these taxes.
Wow, that comes from someone you actually want to count on. Thank you very much for allowing to talk to us for that very, very period. But that is another important one. Well, of course, we expect regulations, we expect adherence to, well, every other thing to do with legalization of businesses is another that one would want to actually, expect within the next phase of this very symposium. To understand that we will be able, of course, to continue giving you this live broadcast all through is Creative Digital Media, and you don't actually have to go away. We should be able to resume every other minute that this very symposium actually resumes. Thank you very much.
So, 1974. A town whose name originates from a local grass species, Mbarara, that covered a big portion of land in the early 1950s. The exploration of the African continent by the whites was followed by the growth of kingdoms and businesses. Mbarara town's growth was sparked by the coming of the Asian traders in 1950s, where close to 15 commercial premises were established. That was followed by the establishment of more businesses the years that followed. The years 1972, 1979, and 1986 brought destruction to a young township that was still experiencing tremendous development changes. The destruction brought about by liberation wars claimed many lives of businessmen, destroyed physical structures, and led to decline in growth. Being situated at the center of the numerous feeder roads linking up all parts of the greater southwestern region makes Mbarara strategically located for economic benefits compared to other towns of the region. The opening up of Rwanda and Congo also has tripled Mbarara's logistical importance. For now, the town is the facet to Kigali, Bujumbura, Tanzania, and several towns in the eastern Congo. Apparently, Mbarara is the second best booming town after Kampala. And basing on its continued business excellence, growing from strength to strength, it has been awarded a city status come 1st July 2020. Mbarara City is 266 kilometers from Kampala City on Kampala-Kabale Road and is in the southwestern region of Uganda. Its geographical location is at longitude 30 degrees 37 east and latitude 036 south. The municipality is heavily populated, characterized of many buildings with low and medium income houses dominating. Followed by commercial premises in the center of the town, and then high-income housing. A series of industries have sprung up, thereby contributing to the settlement and the industrial ability and growth of the city. Current population standings by division. Kakoba division has an area square kilometer of 13.8 and has a population of 55,519 people. Kamkuzi division has an area square kilometer of 16.1 with a population of 34,014 people. Nyamitanga division has 22.29 area square kilometers and has a population of 23,314. Bihari division has 112 area square kilometers with a population of 21,941. Kachika division has an area square kilometer of 129.2 with a population of 21,973 people occupying it. Nyakayojo division has an area square kilometer of 155.4 and a population of 38,252. The total population for Mbarara municipality apparently is standing at 195,013 people on an area of 449.09. That's the current provisional population and area coverage for Mbarara City. The population of Mbarara is made up of different groups of people. And these include children, youth, women, the elderly, and people with disabilities. There are policies and laws of the government There are several sectors in Mbarara City. The service sector, the industry sector, the education sector, the health sector, construction sector, agricultural sector, tourism sector. And there are all sorts and kinds of initiatives that have been put in place to enhance the better performance of different sectors that are operating in Mbarara. The health sector has a number of health centers. Mbarara City has 12 health centers that serve the different divisions of the city. Namely, we have Mbarara Municipal Council Health Center 4, Kakoba Health Center 3, Nyamichobora Health Center 2, Kamkuzi Health Center 2, Nyamitanga Health Center 3, Ruti Health Center 2, Nyakajo Health Center 3, Chichwamba Health Center 2, Ruachachizi Health Center 2, Biharwe Health Center 3, Remijina Health Center 2, Charwa Uganda Health Center 3. Most of these health centers are operating with good standards of health service provision and are even still being expanded and improved in terms of service delivery.
Instruments. And after here, you proceed inwards. So what you know, we get our supplies. The running up in the main facilities, big items. So we stock, put in the mini stock here, and also this is important to manage the stocks. What is that exposed, and she handles that. Whatever we need for operation, she assesses our consumption, gets our places in our requisitions to the main store. And the main operating room, she named no gases, gases there on containers. Omuntu zassa n'asobola okwebaka ne bamulongo osanga takola ki tategeera natalumizibwa. So kino kyemumuteeka ku nnyindo n'asobola kosi kiba kiriko kati asa oluusi topesa tulongoosa omuntu nasitulabasiza soka tukozesamu ekyenduka muyinza okuba nga mukola omuntu kitagisa ekyamamu omuntu katekola ki kufuluma nga njawulo nkiteekuwa shado Bravo, vai ter como você you need this computer suction machine. Suction machine tutaka kuchuku kuno. Tunapitia msango wa sawa. Kwa sababu tunataka kwa ateti ya kuvulia kwa aina kama tulivyokuwa kwa box. Ile gas box. Atendea ulikuwa. Ndio kwa maana sasa kama vile ate muyinza okunaga omulongoseza yagala oxygen omwana yagala ki
As per quarterly information for all health centers, as for the year 2019-2020, it's been reported that there are 1,121 deliveries taking place at these different health centers. Immunization of diphtheria, tetanus has registered 1,874. A total number of 32,913 outpatients has been registered. Also, it's been noted that there are a number of health facilities with stockouts of essential drugs at 100%, including anti-malarial drugs, painkillers, and antibiotics. (1,954) mothers were tested, and prevention of mother-to-child transmission of HIV was ensured. (5,771) HIV patients were cancelled and tested. A total of 292 ART patients received HIV medication. The business community of Mbarara City is characterized by full-time business, wholesale and small-scale businesses that operate daily. And then also there are markets that operate on certain days in different places around the divisions of the city. Mbarara City has several markets for traders to transact businesses on particular days. We have Kakoba Daily Market, Central Market, Chizungu Weekly Market, Bikade Market, Nyamichobora Matoke Market, Lugazi Market, in Kamkuzi Division, we have Kankwaniki Weekly Market, Chitunzi Market, Rebikona Daily Market, Kachika Daily Market, Chiyanja Market. In Nyamitanga Division, Owino Weekly Market. In Bihari Division, Bihari Weekly Market, Katojo Roadside Market, and Bihari Matoke Market. In Kachika Division, we have Koranoria Market, Nyakayojo Division, we have Chikona Matoke Daily Market, Nshunjezi Weekly Market, Chichwamba Market. These are urban roads and associated infrastructure in Mbarara City. Major Victor Bwana Road, 0.96 kilometers long, and will cost 4,518,818,019 shillings. Chamgorani Road, so 2.1 kilometer length, and will cost 9,884,914,415 Ugandan shillings. In the road plan activities, there are periodic maintenance of Rwagaju Rwemikunyu Katamba Road, which is 11.2 kilometers long, and 5.5 kilometers have been achieved. Rwagaju Chikade Road, 4.0 kilometers, and the whole of it has been achieved. Rwagaju Chibwera, 3.6 kilometers, and the whole of it has been achieved. USMIDI, Uganda Support Municipal Infrastructure Development, Roads Phase 1. Maklista Lobo Road, 1.16 kilometers. Akiknyabongo Road, 0.56 kilometers. Part of Buremba Road, 1.77 kilometers. Usmid Roads Phase 2. Bishop Wills, 0.450 kilometers. Buchunku, 0.43 kilometers. Mbaguta, 0.711. Bishop Wills Extension, 0.408. Makansing, 0.713. and Bananuka Drive. In the education sector, Mbarara has 2 government-aided primary schools with around 31,415 pupils. These schools have good education resources and facilities like classrooms, Mbarara's education sector is comprised of tertiary institutions, secondary schools, primary schools, and training institutes. We have universities like Mbarara University of Science and Technology, Bishop Stewart University, the University of St. Joseph, MOOBS, and we have secondary schools, Ntari School, Maryhill High School.
To grow into a city, a municipality must prove growth on very many fronts, especially on population, physical infrastructure, and economic resilience. Government through grants has made it possible for Mbarara municipality to grow into a city in the last 5 years, a status which was achieved on 1st July 2020. Mbarara City now is made up of 2 divisions, Mbarara City North and Mbarara City South, which are subdivided into 23 wards, which are also made up of 187 zones. Mbarara is majorly a commercial city whose economy is largely dependent on the private sector. It, however, possesses a huge industrial potential, being the gateway for East and Central African countries like Rwanda, Burundi, and DRC, and owing to the availability of land. Its construction sector is growing at a high rate, and the city administration has focused on physical planning alignment at an early stage. Mbarara is aiming at being an inclusive and self-sustainable city as its vision and through different sectors and departments. It is registering several achievements as well detailed in this document. However, the following shows a summary of some of the achievements of our city. Under the financial sector, Mbarara has been collecting an average of Ugandan shilling 4,095,989,549 as local revenue, but using an annual average of Ugandan shilling 28,746,778,496 for its activities. This means that an annual average of 24,650,788,947 has been central government grants. Over the 5-year period, Mbarara City has directly utilized Ugandan shillings 172,480,670,974. To facilitate commerce and trade, Mbarara Central Market under the Markets and Agricultural Trade Improvement Project MATIP funding is in its final stages of construction and will cost a sum of Ugandan shilling 21 billion. The market vendors were temporarily relocated to temporary stores at Mbarara Independence Park at a cost of 75 million.
The achievements under the health sector are divided into infrastructure-related developments, curative services, and prevention and awareness. Infrastructure developments including a well-equipped theatre at Health Center 4, upgrade of Charabuganda Health Center 2 to Health Center 3 by constructing an outpatient department, maternity ward, laboratory, placenta, lined pit latrines, and incinerator. There is no health center which has faced a shortage of essential medicines. Under the preventive health services, awareness towards a Keep Mbarara City Clean was muted, and this resulted in a mass acceptance of the privatization of garbage collection policy, which has greatly enhanced the cleanliness of the city. The city education sector, whose enrollment stands at 30,000 pupils distributed in a 48:52 ratio of males to females, is manned by 768 teachers who reside in 166 teachers' houses and operate in 431 classrooms, which are equipped with 8,561 desks. Apart from intensified inspection of schools to achieve value for money on all projects, inspection geared towards improvement of academic standards in public schools has been a focus. The above have been achieved through an estimated budget of Ugandan shilling 2,837,634,964. Engineering and Works Department has also done a very great job by constructing standard roads with street lights, bridges, drainage channels, beautification projects with walkways, and so many others. Rehabilitation of Akiki Nyabongo, Maclister, Constantino Robo, and Buremba roads with 3.43 kilometers at a cost of Ugandan shillings 19,766,700,007,362 under USMID project. Construction of Bishop Hills, Buchunku, Mbaguta, Bananuka Drive, and Makansing with 2.049 kilometers at a cost of Ugandan shilling 17,383,340,954. Resealing of Rees Lane Phase 2 with 0.5 kilometers at a cost of 333 million, that is under Uganda Road Fund. Resealing of Chitunzi Roads with 0.9 kilometers at a cost of 581,600,000 under Uganda Road Fund. Resealing of Koranolia Road with 0.5 kilometers at a cost of 340,802,000 shillings under Uganda Road Fund. Resealing of Rees Road Phase 3 at a cost of 384,802,000, that is under Uganda Road Fund. Periodic maintenance of Ragaju Chikade at 4 kilometers with a cost of 151,970,000 Ugandan shilling. Katamba Ragaju Road and its links with 6.5 kilometers at a cost of 207 million. 704 solar street lights have been installed in different areas of Bihari, Koranolia, Masaka Road from Milo 2 to Coca-Cola roundabout, Banyo Road, Katete Trading Center, Kabare Road, Ruti Trading Center, and Fort Portal Road at a cost of Ugandan shilling 6,575,851,000. Presidential pledge roads under UNRA with 20.2 kilometers. The following roads are being implemented in this financial year 2019-2020. They include Butajira Road, Rowa Secura Road, Kamgungunu Road, Spinkon Road, Mobanjizi Road, Kachika Road, Karama Church Road, Kajogo Andrews Road, Ruharo Cathedral Roads, Desta Bypass Road.
In 1957, it was declared a town by the British explorers and was uplifted to a municipal council in 1974. a town whose name originates from a local grass species, Mbarara, that covered a big portion of land in the early 1950s. The exploration of the African continent by the whites was followed by the growth of kingdoms and businesses. Mbarara town's growth was sparked by the coming of the Asian traders in 1950s, where close to 15 commercial premises were established. That was followed by the establishment of more businesses the years that followed. The years 1972, 1979, and 1986 brought destruction to a young township that was still experiencing tremendous development changes. The destruction brought about by liberation wars claimed many lives of businessmen, destroyed physical structures, and led to decline in growth. Being situated at the center of the numerous feeder roads linking up all parts of the greater southwestern region makes Mbarara strategically located for economic benefits compared to other towns of the region. The opening up of Rwanda and Congo also has tripled Mbarara's logistical importance. For now, the town is the facet to Kigali, Bujumbura, Tanzania, and several towns in the eastern Congo. Apparently, Mbarara is the second best booming town after Kampala. And basing on its continued business excellence, growing from strength to strength, it has been awarded a city status come 1st July 2020. Mbarara City is 266 kilometers from Kampala City on Kampala-Kabale Road and is in the southwestern region of Uganda. Its geographical location is at longitude 30 degrees 37 east and latitude 036 south. The municipality is heavily populated, characterized of many buildings with low and medium income houses dominating. Followed by commercial premises in the center of the town, and then high income housing. A series of industries have sprung up, thereby contributing to the settlement and the industrial ability and growth of the city. Current population standings by division. Kakoba Division has an area square kilometer of 13.8 and has a population of 55,519 people. Kamkuzi Division has an area square kilometer of 16.1 with a population of 34,014 people. Nyamitanga Division has 22.29 area square kilometers and has a population of 23,314. Bihari Division has 112 area square kilometers with a population of 21,941. Kachika Division has an area square kilometer of 129.2, with a population of 21,973 people occupying it. Nyakayojo division has an area square kilometer of 155.4 and a population of 38,252. The total population for Mbarara municipality apparently is standing at 195,013 people on an area of 449.09. That's the current provisional population and area coverage for Mbarara city. The population of Mbarara is made up of different groups of people. And these include children, youth, women, the elderly, and people with disabilities. There are policies and laws of the government that are in place to attend or serve each category of the above mentioned people or groups of people. There are several sectors in Mbarara city. The service sector, the industry sector, the education sector, the health sector, construction sector, agricultural sector, tourism sector. And there are all sorts and kinds of initiatives that have been put in place to enhance the better performance of different sectors that are operating in Mbarara. The health sector has a number of health centers. Mbarara city has 12 health centers that serve the different divisions of the city. Namely, we have Mbarara Municipal Council Health Center 4, Kakoba Health Center 3, Nyamitobora Health Center 2, Kamkuzi Health Center 2, Nyamitanga Health Center 3, Ruti Health Center 2, Nyakayojo Health Center 3, Chichwamba Health Center 2, Ruachachizi Health Center 2, Biharwe Health Center 3, Remijina Health Center 2, Charwa Uganda Health Center 3. Most of these health centers are operating with good standards of health service provision and are even still being expanded and improved in terms of service delivery.
So let's just step so we are adjusting our focus to consider. Twambala ziri netwongera kwa nemwezi fumbitwa 100%. Ataziko kwa kana kama. Mweza n'okusooka okunaabako. N'engoye. Tugenda kukozesa tumala kufundibwa.
Ebyefumba
instruments.
N'engoye.
100% critical purpose of theatre. But after here, you proceed inwards. amalala getukozesa gano getuwa omuntu nga tumusanyalaza mu store tulina okuba nga we get our supplies temulwanira kugenda mu main facility big item. So we stock, put in the mini store here, and also this is important to manage the stocks. That is very exposed and she handles that. Whatever we need for operation, she assesses our consumption, gets our places in our requisitions to the mini store. And the main operating room, she named no gases, gases there on containers. Omuntu zassa n'asobola okwebaka ne bamulongoosa nga takola ki tategeera nga talumizibwa. So kino kyemumuteeka ku nnyindo n'asobola kosi kiba kiriko kati asa oluusi tokesa tulongoosa omuntu nga situmubasizza tuba tukozesa muyitenda yokka muyinza okuba nga mukola omuntu oba kyetaagisa ekyamamu Cada lugar é onde tem que achar. Lá vai ter como quando você vai lá. E uniqueness, o suction machine já está com tudo, não? Lá vai ter essa revolução. Para o que tem acabou. Até se já foi ele para o lugar aí, né? Temos que dizer o gas box. Atendeu ligou. Temos um comando bastante pela música. Atendemos um comando. Vamos lá vocês aí para conseguir. Vamos lá, é verdade.
As per quarterly information for all health centers, as for the year 2019-2020, it's been reported that there are 1,121 deliveries taking place at these different health centers. Immunization of diphtheria, tetanus has registered 1,874. A total number of 32,913 outpatients has been registered. Also, it's been noted that there are a number of health facilities with stockouts of essential drugs at 100%, including anti-malarial drugs, painkillers, and antibiotics. (1,954) mothers were tested, and prevention of mother-to-child transmission of HIV was ensured. (5,771) HIV patients were cancelled and tested. A total of 292 ART patients receive HIV medication. The business community of Mbarara City is characterized by full-time business, wholesale and small-scale businesses that operate daily. And then also there are markets that operate on certain days in different places around the divisions of the city. Mbarara City has several markets for traders to transact businesses on particular days. We have Kakoba Daily Market, Central Market, Chizungu Weekly Market, Bikade Market, Nyamichobora Matoke Market, Lugazi Market, in Kamkuzi Division, we have Kankwaniki Weekly Market, Chitunzi Market, Kachika Daily Market, Chiyanja Market. In Nyamitanga Division, Owino Weekly Market. In Bihari Division, Bihari Weekly Market, Katojo Roadside Market, and Bihari Matoke Market. In Kachika Division, we have Koranoria Market, Nyakayojo Division, we have Chikona Matoke Daily Market, Nshunjezi Weekly Market, Chichwamba Market. These are urban roads and associated infrastructure in Mbarara City. Major Victor Bwana Road, 0.96 kilometers long, will cost 4,518,818,019 shillings. Chamgorani Road, so 2.1 kilometer length, and will cost 9,884,914,415 Ugandan shillings. In the road plan activities, there are periodic maintenance of Rwagaju Rwemkunyu Katamba Road, which is 11.2 kilometers long, and 5.5 kilometers have been achieved. Rwagaju Chikade Road, 4.0 kilometers, and the whole of it has been achieved. Rwagaju Chibwera, 3.6 kilometers, and the whole of it has been achieved. USMIDI, Uganda Support Municipal Infrastructure Development, Roads Phase 1. Maklista Lobo Road, 1.16 kilometers. Akiknyabongo Road, 0.56 kilometers. Part of Buremba Road, 1.77 kilometers. Usmid Road, Bishop Wills 0.450 kilometers, Buchunku 0.43 kilometers, Mbaguta 0.711, Bishop Wills Extension 0.408, Makansing 0.713, and Bananuka Drive. In the education sector, Mbarara has 62 government-aided primary schools with around 31,415 pupils. These schools have good education resources and facilities like classrooms, secondary schools, primary schools,
Hello. I am always philosophizing about one thing or the next. Well, evening while having dinner, a thought came to my mind that there is no point for a professor, a male professor of obstetrics, to argue with the mother of six on matters to do with birth pangs. I hope that people who came to knowledge have not gone after eating the same food they ate last week. Then missing the knowledge they will not have for another 2 years. Slogan of prioritization. One of the markers of success is setting priorities. One of the biggest challenges of this continent is our priorities. I worked with, I'm talking about priorities. And once I start thinking critically, I become controversial, so I'm warning you in advance. I worked with a white woman, an English woman, on a shift in the UK. She was that her mother had died. After she got the news, she to her room, so told the people back.
And she continued with her shift that day with the next day. And I asked her, how come you're working? She said, yeah, we are making arrangements so that when I get my leave, I go for the funeral. To get anything in life,
die with it, give it to your children. And let life live is a very bad idea. And business educate children. And then the come to home when we are watching our favorite program and he would switch it off. Says, this TV is mine and my wife. Yours is in your books. Go read, you'll get it. I grew up to the day when I would want to watch TV from beginning to end. By the time I grew up, I didn't have the time to watch it as much as I wanted. This is my idea. I don't give children property. I give them top-class education. And they make their own property. Also largely because I have bought property from children
Digital Media, creating with you.